Hello and welcome to the Oceanic TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series presented by Order. I am your host, Ducky, and I am joined by the wonderful Frosty on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. How you going, mate?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for some hot TFT action today because things have been heating up around the world here. We've had a few challenger series here and there, and today in OC we've got some new faces. We've got some old faces returning to clash it out with 16 players. How you doing, Ducky?
Well, you were talking about it being heating up around the world. I am sick of the hot weather currently in Perth, so I very much hope it cools off a little bit in the server, but I know the games there are going to be hype. Obviously, for those guys who are hoping for maybe some Hextech Havoc action early today, sadly, weren't going to get that, but you do have some wonderful OCTFT play that you can come and watch today. I guess we can have a little bit of a talk about the new Gizmos and Gadgets series as well. The TFT, I guess, ecosystem has changed a little bit in Oceania. We didn't have a Challenger series in Set 5. And as you can see now, we've had this open qualifier system down the bottom there with the Arcanist and Innovator Cup, where we've had 16 players already progress to the February MSI, which is upcoming. And now you are kind of in the middle of the center. Down the bottom there, we are at the Set 6 Challenger series, where only 4 of the 16 players who will be competing today will make it through to MSI in about a month's time. So you'll get to see the final, I guess, collection of players outside of the leaderboard who will make it there today, Frosty.
Yeah, absolutely. And it might not seem like the set has been going on for that long, but we're almost at the mid set already. So this is sort of the finale here for set 6 for us. We're going to be wrapping everything up today. And then after this, we'll be going into the mid set here, chucking everyone going into those finals that to determine who will be OC's representative for
Yep.
Worlds.
Yeah, and obviously we do talk about today. It is actually a 2-day affair for the Challenger Series. So across the 2 days, you'll be seeing today 16 players who have been randomly seeded into 2 lobbies. You'll get 5 games of each lobby. There'll be no lobby switching. And the top 4 of each lobby will progress to day 2. There'll be some names that you notice in a lot of the lobbies. There'll be some names that you don't know. That is just the nature of the game, and you could see some surprises. It's happened in basically every other OCE TFT tournament that's happened. And then coming into day 2, tomorrow, Sunday, January 16, we've got 8 players in the well-known checkmate format. Once you cross those 18 points, you've got to go get a dub. It's not just enough being a consistent top 4 player. You have to go and get those wins. Which, maybe try a Merc cash out or 2, Frosty. That could get some wins, maybe.
Yeah, big money expenditures coming today because, well, I mean, this will transition nicely into our next slide here, hint, hint. But, I mean, the top 4 players are going to be the ones moving on here. So even though you have to reach that checkmate slot there and then get the win from that point on, it doesn't necessarily mean that all the work that you've gone up until that point there of getting those consistent placements is all for naught, because our top 4 prizes here will be walking away with, I believe, it is a grand total of quick maths here, Ducky.
1,200. It says it on the left over there. So the winner will be walking away with $450. Second will be walking away with 300, 250, and 200 for third and fourth to round out the podium. Obviously, there are actually some players playing in this tournament already who have made it through to MSI. So if they do place in the top 4 and they've already qualified for MSI and got the spot, they will take the prize money. But the players below them who haven't qualified, so like maybe 5th or 6th, who haven't made it to MSI, will take it through to MSI. And so when we have a look now at the players who have qualified for MSI, just going to run through them hella quick. So we've got Timo's dad, Feather Knights, Woken, Dawnglade, Dojo Mojo, Angora, Bluey, Saurian, Tit, Evelent, Banter, Fortune Chosen, Ardua, Cosmic Sloss, Ron Swanson, and Claire. I am out of breath, but there are a couple of names there who you'll be seeing today. Obviously, Angora is the big one for a lot of players. People might have also heard about Fortune Chosen, who is meant to be playing in Hextech Havoc today. There are some big names there, and there are some also big names playing today, Frosty.
Yeah, absolutely. I see that there's Bluey in there as well as one of our players, as well as Dawnglade. So a lot of these players here, they are storied players, and you'll be seeing this quite a lot, is that there are a lot of players that we've seen from previous sets returning over into today's format. But the thing that's really good about this here is that there is incentive there is incentive for players to compete just beyond going to these tournaments. They compete in the ladder as well to try to get their fair share of the money here. So pretty big change up coming to Gizmos and Gadgets, and I'm pretty excited. We're going to pull up the lobbies here so you can take a sneaky peek, because boy howdy, this going to be a spicy day today. In Lobby A, we have Perfect Slumbers, Admiration, Skillfulism, Dawnglade, Tamura, Bluey, Navi, and Yush. And in Lobby B, TXC, Keen, you know him, you love him, Cosmic Sloths, Fishbowl, Chunga, Cardi, Angora, and Donaldino. These are some stacked lobbies here, Ducky.
I am just instantly looking at Lobby B when you've got guys like Chunga, Angora, Fishbowl, Keen. I'm pretty sure heading into this event, those four guys were seated in the top 5. Obviously, we've seen names like Angora already move through to MSI. There's one lobby that I'm paying attention to today. It is Lobby B, but that's to no discount of Lobby A, where you've got some massive names as well. You've got Dawnglade over there, Skillfulism, Admiration, and Slumbers, all very well known in the Oceanic TFT community for making some big tournament plays. And there's also some smaller names like Bluey and Navi, who, you know, are very, very, very strong at the game. And that's not to discount all of these 16 players who are attending today at the OS Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series are the best of the best in this region. They are some of the best. They could potentially be the one person that we send to Worlds at the end of this set come April. So, you know, it is very exciting to, I guess, finally be back, get the Oceanic TFT action out to the masses again, Frosty, and really show what this region has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, realistically, coming away from Lobby B there, it's hard to look at it as, you know, any of these four players that are coming away, it feels almost like an upset to the rest of the four there because of just how strong that lobby is. You know, I feel like no matter what, you can kind of feel a little bit upset that if, you know, your favorite player doesn't make it, well, hey, you know, that's just the way that the game is, unfortunately. But I mean, coming into this, Ducky, I have to ask, who is your player to watch? I'm going to spring on you. We didn't talk about this during the pre-show at all because I wanted to get your initial reactions here. Looking through these 16 players, who do you think is going to be the one that you will cement in that top 4 there?
It has to be for me, Angora. He's been one of the most consistent tournament players in OCE for the last at least set and a half. He was very, very strong throughout set 5. Very unlucky, I think, to miss out on the world slot, although it went to Escher, who then ended up going really well at Worlds. So, like, you know, we've had that representation. But when you're looking at the names on this list, it's really hard to look past Angora. Has been a super flexible player in past sets, and as we were talking about just before we went live, this is probably the most flexible patch of TFT we have ever seen in the game's history, let alone the most flexible set. And that is where players like Angora, players like Chunga, even players like Dawnglade will absolutely shine.
All right, I'm gonna just come out and say it here. There are a lot of strong players here. I'm gonna give 2 mentions. One, my player to watch today is Chunga. I think everyone knows Chunga, everyone loves him. Super consistent player. I think that certainly has his patches here and there as to whether they're going to be performing at their peak or not. But honestly, looking through that list, I'd say pretty solid pick overall. My one to watch, however, I've known Navi for a very long time and I'm biased. So I'm going to go out and say that if I would not be surprised if this is Navi's patch here. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see exactly what these players are going to pull off today.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 2 massive storylines right there, obviously. Like, there is the meme of Tawny Chunga. I'm pretty sure he managed to put that to bed in set 5, especially at MSI, with some really, really strong performances there. And Navi, absolutely storied esports player in Oceanic history, has been competing for a number of years in a number of different titles. Now, I think this is his first time, I guess, in an OS TFT event actually competing. I don't think we saw him in set 4 or set 5.
No.
Yeah, so like, you know, it has been quite some time since seeing Ivy compete, but it's kind of great seeing here. But first, we are jumping into Lobby B. We'll be joining none other than TSM FTX Keen to not wrap up, but start us up today for day 1, Lobby 1, Lobby B of the Challenger Series. Now, we've just seen Carousel go by, so, you know, we've got the dilly-dally to go by for now, I guess, Frosty. We've got a little bit of chill time.
Yeah, we got a bit of gossip going on here. So how you doing? What's going on first of all?
Yeah, we can gossip. We can talk about how are your holidays. We didn't actually ask about that in the intro. Did you do anything over the Christmas break?
You know what I did over the Christmas break? I did absolutely nothing, and it was a great holiday, I gotta say. But you know what? Something really interesting has happened in the game, so I'm just gonna just straight up go to it here. Keen's hit 6 gold straight off of the bat here, and has hit an Echo straight away. Now, I know that Echo has been nerfed over some patches ago, but is still an incredibly strong unit, and has managed as well to start with a belt. One of the key components in towards building towards Morello, another item that needed to receive a little bit of a nerf because it was so strong. But overall, this is looking to be a really solid start. And important to note is that Keen is still holding onto this Cho'Gath too, so that's not out of the works quite yet.
And what kind of value do you place, I guess, on scrap on this patch, especially? Like, obviously, when you're looking at that as, I guess, a trait overall in this set, scrap's been quite an interesting one. It only scales more as you get later into the game with more item components, and that shield gets bigger. Do you think that's going to be a core backbone of some of the comps that we've seen today, either at 2, 4, or 6 breakpoints?
I think that, okay, so it's a really interesting one. I think that early game, scrap is incredibly useful for its utility behind getting an extra item off of your scrap there, being able to build it into something random. There's a lot of value being able to be placed by that ducky. But on the higher breakpoints, I mean, we have seen 6 scrap have a little bit of success here and there. I don't think it is something that a lot of players like to build behind because it doesn't exactly have the most consistency. But overall, I think that it is just a really flexible slot in your composition that sometimes can provide a lot of usage to, say, a Janna. But overall, do I think we're going to be seeing a lot of it today? Maybe. Maybe. It really depends on the way that these compositions come together, because you mentioned earlier that this is one of the most flexible patches, and I mean, I'm not going to even have to talk about it. I'm just going to let the players show it.
We were talking a little bit in the pre-show though about the holy trinity, I guess, of TFT this patch between Seraphine, Orion, and Janna. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of that again today. A lot of comps based around those 4-cost units. But you know, Janna's a scrap. You throw in a Blitzcrank, that's 2 scrap, and you get the instant item value here. Going into the first combat here at 2-1, came with a very strong early board against the Fishbowl, who was kind of opening there. Got the bodyguard crest there for Fishbowl early on, whereas Kane ended up going for the Sunfire board. Easy 4-unit win there for Kane. Obviously trying to look at win streaking this comp. He had the components for the IE. He chose to slam the glove on Echo instead. He's even got the 3 Syndicate opener, which is quite nice, and potentially, you know, that could bridge into a Shaco with that IE on bench.
Yeah, definitely. Shaco being one of those really strong compositions at the moment. Well, not even just Shaco, just assassins in general, as the metas tended to shift a little bit. You know, at the start of the patch, your players were clamoring towards Jin, and then everyone found out that turns out that if you just jump on the Jin there, it's really, really hard to have the rest of your composition deal any damage. Which, funnily enough, then meant that everyone was starting to build towards secondary carries as well. And so your compositions are very malleable. You know, they've got a lot that they can work with rather than just being very one-dimensional. Everyone is trying to build towards, say, as we mentioned before, Oriana's with cups on them, and a Seraphine, or a Jace, or a Kai'Sa, or a Victor, you name it. There's a lot going on here. It doesn't just have to be a composition based around one carry.
Yeah, the Chalice of Harmony has been a very, just like, I guess, the item of the patch, and we do see there that Kane does lose his win streak to Chunga there, who had the ZZ roll on his Trundle, which ended up being clutch with the little minion coming out at the end there. He's got the backline 2 bruiser, 2 scrap opener. He's just kind of playing around with these bruisers, which is quite strong in the early game nowadays. Just holding a little bit of gold on bench there, trying to figure out what he actually is going to end up playing. Like we said, maybe we look towards the Seraphine, Oriana, Janna in the late game. The early game doesn't really matter. But we have seen, I guess, some direction from some of the other guys, like we just saw with Kane there, maybe potentially looking towards the Shaco. But it is just going to be very slow early game. I'm going to start building towards the second choice augments at 3-3. We're going to start building towards the carousels in the PvE rounds. And then once we start hitting that later in stage 3, early in stage 4, that's when we can start seeing, you know, the level 7 rolldowns come in, the level 8 rolldowns come in, where we can start seeing, you know, whether people hit Jin, whether people hit Kai'Sa, whether people hit their 4 and 5 star carries.
Yeah, but I mean, we get a really good look into Chunga's mentality here and where he wants to be approaching these tournament games with, look at the augment choice. Chunga has picked up Smoke Bomb, and this is going to be one of the big things here for him is that Chunga loves to play these assassin style of games here. I was looking through his match history earlier, and you could just see there are a lot of games of assassins there. So, I mean, this looks to be a comfort zone for Chunga, and you see holding onto the Shaco here, playing a stronger board for the meantime, but holding on to that Shaco as he knows exactly what he wants to be going for. I love this. Coming into the tournament with a plan here and just executing what you're good at can sometimes be a little bit better than playing flexibly because, I mean, more often than not, if you try to play flexibly, you can end up getting quite dizzy.
Yeah, and as we talk about units like Shaco, like obviously earlier on in set 6, the big assassin carry was the Katarina. It was very notorious for at least a patch before it was taken off just before 11.24. But now we are looking more towards assassins, like you said, like the Shaco and the Talon. Talon was a unit that we highlighted in the pre-show between us. That we could see a lot of play of. The early Shaco here is a very nice pickup. Whether Chunga opts to actually look for maybe a 5 syndicate board out of it, or maybe just full on goes into the assassins, that's depending on what he hits, and that's the I guess the joy of this patch. It is very dependent on what you hit. It is not necessarily down to force anything. In terms of how we've been in past metas, it is just you get items, you have to play around those items, and you have to play around your organs.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that even on another level here, it's not even about, well, it is about what you hit, but it's not about, say, whether you're trying to go for specifically, say, a last whisper or anything like that. It can just be, I have a Shaco 2, I'm not really close to hitting a Shaco 3. I can just go wait and try to hit an Akali 2, and I can just try to build around that there. There are so many different ways of putting these compositions together that it's not just about playing a set style, it's about being able to adapt it to the position that you're put in.
I do want to just point out, even though it's not related to tournament play, I do like how on the top right, Chunga does have the LP recovered and he's in the negative right now. So obviously he's had a bad game on the ranked ladders just before jumping into the tournament. Unless he's not kept that updated. We do see on the right-hand side there that Donaldinho is the only man holding a win streak heading into 2-6, whether he can maintain it through to Krugs. We'll be looking for that little blue tick under his name, but Angora, one of the players that I especially highlighted in the opener, he's got a very cheeky opener with, I guess, Arcanist, Scrap Bodyguard. He's got the Morello slammed onto the TF, one of the, I guess, more notorious items of the last month or so. Donaldinho does manage to hold on to that win streak, so that's a very nice gold injection for him. But Angora's board over here doesn't look too shabby here either, does it, Frosty?
No, definitely not. This is your atypical sort of bridging style here where you just play a really strong board. You play the Syndicate early game. TF is a really strong Morello opener here, and you just try to be as strong as possible. I wanted to highlight something, though, is that we just saw Angora come up against TXE, and you want to talk about LP deficits? I was going on to TXE's LOL chess quite earlier to do a bit of research, as I usually do here, and I saw TXE at 0 LP. And I was so concerned about this that I had to message him because I was going into this being like, are you going to be okay? Are you sure you haven't mental boomed before the tournament here? No, it actually turns out that they were just trying to see whether you could go straight from Challenger to Diamond 1, I believe. And I believe that has been taken out, so I don't think that can happen anymore. But I was extremely worried coming to this tournament for TXE's mindset there. But it looks to be like TXE's actually okay. Even though the health total's not the greatest right now, TXE is still actually not just straight up conceding games.
I thought you were joking, but actually no, that is
I'm
entirely
not.
that is actually
No,
entirely
I'm not.
TXE's LOL chess. Anyways, as we look back into the game here, we've got the Sidus choice here as well for Angora, which is a very strong Ornament, especially when you've got that scrap value in. He's got the item spread across I think 3 of his 5 units. That's an extra bit of health and AD. I think it's 250 health and 20 AD. To those 4 units now actually, so that is very nicely spread across his board and really helps beef it up, especially in these early games where 250 health means a hell of a lot.
Sure does. I was a little bit interested coming into today to see whether we would having Talon reroll be a thing. But it seems to be like, a lot of players are actually starting to gravitate towards some of those reroll styles here. We've been talking a lot about flexibility, but the good old staple of TFT rerolling seems to be by the wayside here. But it seems like not everybody can play flexibly to a certain extent. And so I was highlighting some players such as, we don't have them in this lobby, but Admiration has been really going in on some of those reroll styles there. So maybe we'll check in on that in the next few matches here. But coming into this here, I go flex play, flex play, flex play. And so I'm interested to see how, with all of these units that players are starting to go for, all this emphasis on 4 or 5 costs here, do you think there is a spot in which we can actually find, I mean, surely there's got to be a spot where we can expect that somebody is going to take tempo with a really strong reroll style Ducky and be able to turn that on the rest of the lobby?
I mean, yeah, like tempo, I think is the name of the patch right now. When you're looking at some of the big Merc cash outs that you've got, 3 Merc is still incredibly strong. Can cash you out a lot of gold, a lot of spats, tombs, Nikos, you name it. And it is that tempo swing and how people manage that tempo swing in stages 4 and 5 that really ultimately dictates how the lobbies end up finishing. I was just paying a little bit of attention there to the augment armories I was seeing through. We do see a trade sector there for I think Cardi, which is a very nice pickup. We did see over here though, with Donaldinho, who was win streaking up until a couple of fights ago. Last fight actually, he's got the challenger with the Runans and Last Whisper. That does scream to me Yone. That he's looking to play Yone, but he does have this very nice innovator opener. Got that extra little Scarab on board, and it's done him pretty well up to now. Outside of that one fight against Angora, it's done pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is perhaps one of the more linear compositions that a lot of players will go to. And I suppose the thing is, for a lot of these players, is that it's not something that you can typically end up forcing. So, I mean, Donnie's got a pretty clear path, right? Donnie has the Challenger spat, has got a really good itemization for it. It's a Yone game. But a lot of the time, I don't think it's something that you can just decide going into the game that you're going to force Yone. It's more something that you just have to naturally hit, say, Challenger Crest. All right, cool. I'm going to try to work towards a Yone now. And I think that's the style at which a lot of these more niche compositions that we may see throughout the day are going to take form in, where it's not going to be something that these players are going to just necessarily plan to play. They're going to instead try to flexibly look to playing it.
We do see now just a little bit of a lull again. We're not into the late game fights. We do see Fishbowl down there at 32 HP. Have you checked Fishbowl's opener? Is he running Merc? I don't know.
He is running Merc, yes.
Okay. So there we go. We'll see if he's running Merc. He's lost streak all the way through. That's up to 8 losses now. This will be a 9th if he takes it. He's going to start getting into dangerous territory, especially once he drops below 20 HP. But if he starts looking for a cash out after that carousel, could start seeing a big payout.
Yeah, that's Battle of the Bosses here. We've got first and second place. We have got Donnie against Angora, but we're going to go over to Fish instead, who looks to be in a strong enough spot that is going to be getting an 8 cash out right about now. So we're going to get the pings down right about now. Everyone's going to come and watch the big cash out, and we're going to see some magic fly because, boy, howdy.
How good is the little legends on everyone? Like, we're just about to see 7 little legends at the top of the board over here. Join Angora. He's got a bit of gold. He's got 1 TG. He got 1 belt. He got some items, and he got an Ecos. Not necessarily the greatest kind of cash out, although when you're running the 3 Merc, when you're cashing out at 8, sometimes isn't the best. Maybe just got a few too many, didn't get enough fish, I guess, in his chest. But it is an okay point. He's looking to, I guess, go 8 here at 4-2, perhaps 4-1 maybe, and just build off of that. He's got the Bodyguard spat, which I think has been a very popular spat, especially with how Braum has been a very strong unit so far in the last month or so. So he does have the components to, I guess, look for rolling down for a strong board, but it is also not the greatest cash out you can hope for after an 8-loss Merc streak.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly excite you a heck of a lot now, does it? But I suppose the good thing to come out of this is that Fish did hit a lot of gold there. Fish isn't exactly in the poorest of spots. I mean, we see the transition coming through right now, that's a salvage bin as well as the bodyguard there. And this just naturally lends itself very well into trying to play towards that challenger style there. So this is probably the next step. I mean, used to see what is it, mercenary into the Urgot style because it was just so close, and I feel like this is kind of the next evolution of it, where Urgot's not really the greatest unit at the moment, so a lot of players instead are trying to focus on trying to go for this Yone style instead. But we're going to see a big roll down from Bish here, going towards that 4-1 style there, as you mentioned before. And it looks like we've hit a fair few things here, a few upgrades there. That's a Kaiser. That's a big pickup here. That is going to enable a lot of strength. And this is going to be a Yone too as well. Bish may be at 28 HP right about now, but I guarantee you that is no reason to underestimate him because he's looking very strong.
And not only that, he did have the Morellonomicon, which is a very important item to point out. He threw it onto the Kaiser. He's also thrown the Archangels onto the Kaiser. He threw the Nico's help onto the Yone to get the 2-star Yone. Now he's got this 4 bodyguard, 4 challenger board thanks to that bodyguard emblem. And he is very strong now in terms of lobbying. This is that tempo swing that we're talking about with Merc players, you know. Once the Merc player cashes out, wasn't the greatest cash out for Fishball, but he had a massive roll down there at 4-1. Because he's hit that much on the roll down at 4-1, he's just picked up a Jace and an Ori too. His board is looking wild. This is just... He didn't necessarily luck out at the Merc cash out, but he's certainly lucking out with what he's hitting on his level 8 shops.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is perhaps like... A lot of players would look at a augment like Windfall and be like, yeah, what is 30 gold? That doesn't really do all that much. But let me tell you, 30 gold can be the difference between exactly what you're seeing here, where Fish is now 30 gold richer than every single other player in this game, and it just shows because, boy, does this board look incredibly scary. It just enables so much more of a power spike, and you'll see that even though Chunga, who has got really strong assassin gameplay going on here, doesn't really have, it doesn't hold a candle towards this board. He's just too strong.
The big question now is how long can Fish maintain this for? Because he doesn't necessarily have the luxury of like, all right, I can hold it back. I can look at trying to save my econ for a little bit. He's at 28 HP. He's in stage 4, maybe 3 combats away from dying. In stage 5, that is most definitely 2 combats away from dying. You know, he has like a decently strong board right now. He's got 3 Enforcer in. Surely he doesn't push for the 4th, the Caitlyn. That's a bit greedy unless he hits like I don't know. An Enforcer Heart at 4-6, you know, that's potentially an option. But, you know, this is like at the point of the game is how long can he hold this strength for? Is it enough to, you know, turn that cash out from, you know, a bottom 4 to maybe a 4th or a 3rd? Because the board that I'm looking at right now isn't a winning board, but it is still a very, very strong board.
Yeah. I mean, you say that they're not going to be able to go 9, but... I mean, what else are you really looking for in this spot besides a few unimportant upgrades? We have the Yone 2, we've got a Kaiser, we've got 4 Challenger, we've got Enforcer in, we have a Jace. Most of these components you're not going to hit very easily here, so... I mean, while Fish is strong, I feel like Fish should just try to push the economy quite a bit here while you still can, while you're not under pressure, and then when you finally start to lose... that is when you're going to take either a big roll down and you're going to just try to find, say, the last few components that you didn't naturally hit, or is instead going to try to go 9.
Yeah, I mean, that is the way to go about it. Like, as you said, like it's just a matter of whether, you know, the lobby catches up in time with that tempo swing. That's a very important thing, you know. If the lobby does manage to catch up by 5-1, to say, you know, he won't necessarily have that luxury and will have to, you know, invest his gold into a roll down, maybe hit that Theo too. We are back on board here with Keen, though, who has got the Kench, another very strong unit. I think he hit the 1% Kench, who he now has sitting on a Socialite Hex and is feeding it the health from the Cho'Gath. It's very common to also feed the Kench some AP early on so that he can get the kills, generate you some gold and items. This is, you know, not a bad spot for Keen to be in because he can just have an item printer and a gold printer on his board for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, definitely nice. The Kench is unbenched at this point in time, and a very crucial 1% to hit as well, because Kench is one of those carries. I mean, you know, I was talking about your Kaisers, your Jaces. Kench is one of those secondary carries that can do wonders for your team, you know. talked about him as a mana, not just a mana printer, a gold printer as such, but Kench also deals a lot of damage as well and is some very nice utility. And even though running into the stacked board of TXE, who has got that smoke bomb and the, I believe it is all for one, or is it one for all here? I can't necessarily remember for this talent.
All for one. It's all for
all
one.
For one. I always get the two mixed up.
Yep, so it's all for one, which gives the talent extra HP based on the death of the Imperial units before him. And we do get a prismatic augment shop across the board here. We have the options of high-end shopping, Enforcer Soul, and Chemical Overload 3. He's circling around the Chemical Overload 3 for his stream. He does have the Chemtech in. Getting the 2 Enforcer in is nice. What would you be taking here, Frosty?
Personally, I'm looking towards either this high-end shopping here. Now, Chem Overload 3 is incredibly strong, don't get me wrong. But high-end shopping, on the other hand, and trying to go into one of those really strong boards at level 8 here, could prove to be pivotal. You know, hitting that Tarm Kench 2 could be a big deal. We've moved back over to Fish, who has got essentially the same choices, but instead chooses to take the Enforcer Soul here because, I mean, while you said it was quite greedy to be thinking about taking, you know, trying to go for that 4 Enforcer, for Fish, on the other hand, it's very realistic. And let me tell you as well, Ducky, 4 Enforcer is very strong. Being able to disable the opponent's carry, the one that's dealing the most damage, terrifying stuff for a lot of these boards.
This is a lot of spats on the board here for Donald. Now I'm just looking at it. He's got the 2 mutant emblems. He's got Challenger emblem, the Academy emblem. No match, I guess, now for Fish, who's really managed to transform this Merc Cash out into something absolutely massive. That tempo swing as well off the Enforcer is really, really good for him. I think getting the 4 Enforcer in, get the 2 units disabled. He also managed to make a Banshee's Claw off the resale, I think it was, of a TG. And because he's got that salvage bin, he was able to make one of the components of the gloves into the Banshee's Claw with the belt that he had on his bench. Oh my! If he had the Fiora roll the Zephyr last combat, he would have been laughing at it with the 3 disables.
Definitely. I mean, I just think, looking at Donnie's board there, it's so unfortunate because we highlighted Donnie as one of those players going into this game that was really trying to look to play this Yone style, but Fish, on the other hand, just managed to take away a lot of those Yones, which just makes it so much harder. So for Donnie, it's probably going to be a game where this is not going to be a top 4. It's probably going to have to be try to salvage something, put something together, just so that you don't end up taking an 8th.
That's the thing, is every point matters in these tournaments, you know. It's not necessarily like ladder, where, you know, you're going to be gaining LP and losing LP. The difference between a 5th and an 8th is absolutely huge in these lobbies. The 4-point swing is absolutely massive, because we've got the point system where it's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doesn't have the 10 for a win. It is absolutely massive that every placement matters, and those placements between the smaller ones between 5th and 6th, 4th and 5th, they matter a lot more when it's not that necessarily top-heavy to get those wins.
I mean, I don't know about you, but the difference between my LP gains as 5th and 8th, also pretty massive as well. But, I mean, that's besides the point here, as we see that Fish is coming up against the stack board here of, I believe, oh man, I think, yeah, it was Angora there, who, again, I look through this lobby here, and I'm a bit worried because Fish has got the tempo, and you look through the rest of the lobby and nobody else is hitting, so I'm worried that Fish may just be able to carry this through to a first place at this point.
Yep. Like we said, you know, it was a matter of, you know, if he managed to hit at 5-1 and the lobby hadn't caught up by that point, he could run away with it. It's been 5-1. He still looks like the strongest player in the lobby, and he's absolutely running away with it now. But, you know, Chunga might be a force that he has to actually reckon with. He's got the 3-star Shaker now with the IE Titan's Revenge. He's got the Last Whisper on it as well. He's got the Smoke Bomb, Force Sin. It is a very strong board. He's also got the 3 Syndicate in, which only really will affect the Shaker once he gets onto a lower health than the other 2 Syndicates, which he has Braum and Darius on right now. It's a very solid board here for Chunga, but at this point in time, with the way that the tempo's been going, I don't know if anyone can actually stop Fish.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough, but I just wanted to say something here is that while Chunga may have a really strong board, definitely needs some upgrades. Definitely, because if the Shaco is the one that has the highest HP, we've seen so many people with Enforcer on their boards already. And that means that your most critical unit in this composition is going to be out of the fight, potentially for a good, 5 seconds? That is not going to lead to a lot of happiness here or there. So I honestly, it's going to come down to, can you find those upgrades in time? But Ducky, there seems to be an abnormality here. It looks to be like Fish took a loss.
Fishbowl lost? You're telling me he lost? He lost, and then he instantly went 9.
Yeah.
So it's not the Soju Fast Night. It's not the Soju Classic that we are witnessing right now. But it is, you know, Fish on, I guess, his last legs here, heading into the 5-3 full item carousel, coming up here against TXC. He does have the massive unit advantage here in terms of level 6 to level 9, and there's a Scion on board against this. I don't even know what TXC's board is right now, but it is being absolutely dominated by Fishbowl. Although this Talon is holding on for quite some time, does manage to eventually get taken off. 14 HP down for TXC, puts him on 14, just above Fishbowl heading into this carousel. Fishbowl very glad that he didn't go up his carousel positioning for that. Donaldinho has slinked down into the one-shot territory as well, down to 7 HP. Big choices to be made here, Frosty.
Yeah, interesting. I want to see what Fish takes here. I would love to see a Zephyr. Yeah, Zephyr here against especially some of those really big front lines. There is no way that you can see the big old Colossuses. The Colossuses.
The Colossi, the Colossuses.
Yes, the Colossuses. the natural way to say it. But you can Zephyr them, and that being one of the big parts of your front line being taken out like that can be absolutely devastating. You know, Zephyr has come and gone in priority here, but it's always one of those really solid pickups that you can go for in any circumstance where you look at Fish's items here. You don't really need anything else. You don't need another damage item. What you need is some utility here, and I mean, Zephyr is just that perfect utility that is being offered to you here, so loving this Zephyr choice.
He does end up moving this Kaiser off the Socialite Hex so that he could put the Zephyr onto the Socialite Hex, onto the Camille. Very smart play.
Ooh.
Does end up Zephyring the Kaiser of Cosmic Slots here, who's currently sitting on 22 HP, so not quite in the one-shot territory, but decently similar boards here. We do have the Holy Trinity of Seraphine, Oriana, and Janna on the side of Cosmic Slots over there. We do see the Yone, though, just absolutely tearing up through the board, up on the Janna now, dashing back with the Challenger buff through to the back line. It's just absolutely jumping across the net. The 2-star Yuumi is trying to keep this Braum alive with the massive shields, but between the Leona shields and the resistances and the Yone just taking away 70% of that armor with the Last Whisper, does end up being an 8 HP loss for Cosmic Slots. We do see TXC, we were just talking about him, down to 1 HP. So there are 5 players in this lobby below 15 HP, which is not necessarily one-shot range right now, but at Stage 6, that is one-shot range. We'll be most definitely seeing at least one of those guys heading out before Stage 6, and quite possibly 2, depending on the matchups, Frosty.
Yeah, definitely. And TXE gone sleeper here mode because they just haven't hit that Talon 3, the critical part of this composition. Hit the Samira 3 before you're hitting the Talon 3 at level 6 is just extremely unfortunate because it is just such a crucial part of your composition here. TXE literally sold off all the echoes on board there as well. And I can guarantee you, if we see a Zephyr onto this Scion, this is just the fight here for Cosmic Slots, but it looks like that's not quite the case. We'll see whether TXE can manage to close this one out, whether he'll be able to live for another day, just trying to get one more roll at hitting that potential Talon 3, the big part of the composition. Looks like the Fiora is dash dancing around here, but the Talon's finally onto it. No, but the Fiora is going to continue dash dancing, and it looks like this is going to be TXE's last legs here. It seems like the Kaiser just has one too many shots off, and that will be TXE going out in 7th. Donnie following up in 7th there. So, I mean, honestly, a bit unfortunate for both of those players. We highlighted Donnie before. TXE just didn't manage to hit there. So now it's just coming down to this here, Ducky. We've got Dragons coming up now. Nice Ginsu's here potentially for this Kaiser, the secondary carry for Keen.
Yeah, I do want to mention that TXE was basically lost that fight because of the Celestial Blessing 3. The Fiora was like sub 100 HP, but because of the Celestial Blessing 3, you got the heal off with the ultimate cast, basically back up to half HP. The Yuumi came in, got the rest of the shielding off, and that was the end of TXE there. We do see, like you said, Ginsu, one of Kaiser's best items, you know, does ramp up the attack speed. The more attacks Kaiser gets in before casting her ability, the more Kathy and Ray missiles will be flown out. So like that is a very strong pairing for Kai'Sa. He's currently rolling down for that Kai'Sa 2 though, which will be a lot nicer than just a Ginsu on it. And we do see that everyone in this lobby now, we've got two, it's kind of between that 30 to 12 HP mark now. Everyone's kind of close. It is a very tightly contested lobby. No one's got more than 2 lives right now. That is the state of this lobby heading into stage 6. No one has more than 2 lives. And so a lot of the names that we pointed out earlier, Fishbowl, Angora, Chunga, Keen, they're all still fighting out for these top 4 positions, as we do see Keen matching into Chunga over here. Chunga still hasn't managed to find a high HP unit, so that Shaco does get hit by the Enforcer, and in the meantime, while the Shaco's not hitting, the backline just gets carved up. The Tahm Kench trying to get that mana generation, does get the GA popped though, but the thing with the GA pop, once it comes out of GA, had the full mana, picks up the Shaco right out of the way of the Fiora, right into TK's mouth. It gives enough time for Keen's board to reset, manages to get the win there, puts Chunga down to 11 HP. We see Fishbowl, the Merc player, finally go out in 6th. So he did manage to make that little bit of a poor payout with a better roll down from what could have been a 7th or an 8th down into a 6th, but from where his board position was, especially at 5-1, you can't help but feel a little bit disappointed with that, Frosty.
Yeah, definitely. You know, in Fisher's position there, you're probably not really happy with the way that you finished up the game there. Perhaps not the best of payoffs there, probably cursing Mort Dog until the ends of the earth. But, you know, sometimes that's just the way it is. Unfortunately, Kaldi getting the Zephyr onto Chunga's critical unit here, the Shaco. I mean, this just goes to show the importance of having secondary and tertiary carries here in a lot of these fights. As we saw last fight there, not only was the Kai'Sa potentially disabled for quite a while there, but also the Fiora doing quite a lot of work. But Kaldi doing something a little bit different. We're not used to seeing a lot of the Arcanist plays here. And, I mean, this is just one of Kaldi's specials. Looking through the LoL chest from Kaldi, I mean, I even made a bit of a notation here, is that some of these players have actually been trying to go for Arcanist games. It's not something that you see super commonly, but it is definitely a powerhouse when you manage to hit all of the augments behind it, whether you manage to get that newly buffed up Spellblade, like we see on Kaldi's board there, and also things like the Runic Shield. Things like this, all coming together, can make for a really terrifying composition where you don't have to rely on 4 and 5 costs.
He's also one of the players in this lobby that isn't relying on the Socialite Hex, which so many people are currently throwing the Shroud down on. They're throwing the Zephyr down on that Socialite Hex, because he is placing that Lux in the corner to be safe from some of these Assassin comps that are being run. As we do turn towards the combat here between Angora and a Ghost of someone, who I'm trying to think, is that Cosmic's board?
I believe so, yes.
I think it is Cosmic's board. So we do see the Ghost fight here. What is the chances of the Seraphine rolling a Morello on the binary airdrop, by the way? Can we just talk about that for a second? As we do see that Angora does come away with the comfortable victory. I wonder how much of that was on the Morello that he got on the binary airdrop. As we do come into another carousel with the partial items. I'm very much looking for a health item for Chunga, because he does want to try and get some HP onto his board so that it doesn't automatically enforcer his Shaco. Is nothing more than a belt.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is no other augment that can get Chunga above 1 HP now as well. I was just going to say that. I mean, I was wondering where you were going to be taking this here. I'm like, dude, there's no item. You can't use items on Little Legends here. There's only augments. But no, you were actually talking about the Shaco there, so I'm going to give you some credit where credit is due there.
Hey, look. You're the analyst here. You're the smart guy. I just played for starter reroll. That's my comp. In rank, that's my comp.
I'm the analyst and also the resident smartass here as well. So I gotta just call it how I see it. But calling it how I see it right now, that is a devastating Zephyr again from Angora. And I mean, one of the big takeaways is after Galio has been nerfed, positioning hasn't gotten easier for a lot of these players here. There is still a lot that you have to think about, especially since Assassins have become meta again. And that's it. Chunga is out, even with the Shaco 3 there, our last reroll player. It's now down to Keen and Angora, 2 of our flex players here, who have got, I mean, what looks to be like very different compositions, but I mean, essentially kind of the same core, where they've got a secondary carry. So they've got a Jace, and I mean Keen's got a Kaiser. They've got a Fiora, and Angora's got a Jin as well. And then there's just really strong frontline built around it. And
Yep.
so coming into the last fight here, it's all about positioning. We'll see how exactly they're going to approach it.
Well, we did see Keen position the Time Cans to try and get that Blitzcrank down straight away. Once the mana comes up there, we did see the hook onto the Taric. He gets pulled in. It does manage to heal, and it's just cornered into the back corner here, which is just Jace carving up with this, I guess, Shiv. Got the Ice Cream Cone, got the Orianna grouped up into one, and that is the game there for Angora taking the first out. One of our players qualified for MSI, and that is exactly why Angora showing off to Kane what is up with a win in the first lobby. But we did see quite a range of colors. We did talk about the Seraphine Orianna Janna combo. We saw that out a few times, but we also saw a few different variations that were quite interesting for us to see.
Yeah, definitely. And this is just going to be something that we're going to have to look out for over these next few games here is exactly how these players choose to approach. It's like an artist with a painting here and they're weaving something together and you don't know exactly what they might be trying to paint, but when it all comes together it can either be a first or an eighth. It can be a masterpiece or it can just look like something that you don't even understand. I don't know about you, most art pieces I don't understand in the first place here, but I can certainly tell a masterpiece when I see one.
Yeah, and look, I'm gonna say it as well. Like, if people are bringing it up in Twitch chat as well, binary airdrop probably has a big factor to play in that fatal fight as well. Both of those
But
plays
just
did
a
have
bit.
binary airdrop.
Yeah.
Kane also had the handshakeage, so you know he had all that down pat. So he had the tools in the right place, both players, and it really did come down to what they rolled. I mean, there was a couple of weird binary airdrops in there. I think Jace had the Sunfire AGs, but um, it was in, I guess, Angora's favor for the most part.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that just goes to show you the importance of, getting these good placements down here. It is going to be, still trying to position your carry so that they're not getting hit by blitz hooks, being a big one here, trying to play around Zephyrs, socialite hexes, you name it. But we're going to be just taking a quick little break here. We'll be right back with game number 2 real soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hold
In
on.
just a second.
Producer has actually just said, hold on. He's not actually already. He's hands off keyboard right now, which honestly, if I was, probably like, I guess Angora in that late game, he hit his board, he was like hands off keyboard. I'm pretty sure that's been our producer as well. But, we'll be throwing to a break very shortly.
Oh, it looks like we've got a bit more time to talk.
We do have a bit more time before a break, so I guess we can ad lib a little bit more. Frosty, I do want to talk about some of the augment choices there because we had the double gold prismatic game. So we did see a lot of the binary airdrops. I think we saw a couple of guys take Celestial Blessing 3, which I think is a really great option if you don't have any lifesteal in your comp. Were there, I guess, any augment choices that you think stood out to you in that game?
Yeah, I mean, coming into some of these prismatic choices, you kind of a lot of the time, if you're not getting, say, a new recruit or a high-end shopping or something like that, you can come away feeling like you've been robbed a little bit, simply because they're not really as powerful as the rest of them. But yeah, there are a lot of choices there. Say, I mean, things that really stood out to me, for example, things like Chunga, just, well, I believe it was Chunga just immediately picking Smoke Bomb on the first choice there, or was it TXE just immediately coming into the game? Smoke Bomb. I know what I'm playing now. It just goes to show you that these players, they know what they're doing. Other things such as, I mean,
We saw a lot of
it's a little
Enforcer
bit,
Soul as well.
yeah,
Like, I think.
Enforcer Soul, things like that. It just there's a lot of different variety that you can get out of these that aren't essentially some of the ones that you might necessarily end up picking up a lot of the time here. Enforcer Soul on 1-4, a very different beast to an Enforcer Soul on 4-6, simply because you go into a game with Enforcer Soul, you feel like the game's already over. You end the game with an Enforcer Soul, and you know the game is already over because you're mostly winning it half the time there. So
Yeah.
yeah, it is definitely it's a very polarizing sort of augment to try to go for there. But if your composition really fits it, then I feel like it's incredibly strong. But you have to have the right composition for it.
Yeah, and I think TXE is also an important play to highlight with that smoke bomb as well. Is like TXE really had a game plan there. He almost executed it really well. But that's the thing with reroll, is if you can't hit the reroll carry, it's over. And he had really good items. He hit the Scion really early, I think, as well. Like I'm pretty sure he had the Scion for quite early on. He had the all for one. getting that stacked HP onto that Talon, and the Talon with 3-star probably would have won V9 some fights, especially if he had some levels in it. Unfortunately for TXC, that was not the case. It was an 8 for him. And that, I guess, sums up Lobby B Match 1 for the Oceanic Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series. We'll be back after this break for Game 2. Welcome back to the Oceanic TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series. That is match 1 in the books. We were just following Lobby B over there, where Angora, one of our already MSI qualified players, took the win over Keen. It was a very contested lobby, and I do want to just point out the 4 players that we mentioned at the top of the show, where we're talking about Angora, Fishball, Keen, Chunga, all did really well in that lobby, and that, I think, is going to be the story for Lobby B for most of today, Frosty.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting though. I mean, I don't want to discount some of those other players there as well. You know, Cosmic Slots, Caldi also putting up really good fights there. Unfortunately, TXE not having the best showing there, going into sort of a more risky composition and didn't pay off. But I mean, let's have a look over at Lobby A scores here. Yush, not one of the most known players out of the bunch, taking first, Bluey in second there. So I mean, really good showing from both of those players, but we're getting stuck straight into the action here. No time to waste. We're getting straight back in with the Lobby B winner, Angora here, who has managed to pick up a sword.
Yep, obviously have seen the first carousel go by. He picked up the sword of the first carousel. Just going to see around with the other lobbies. I do think we should just quickly touch on what happened in Lobby A. We are following Lobby B again for this game, but in Lobby A, like we said, Yush took the win. Bluey came second, Dawnglade and Navi rounding out the top 4, which means guys like Admiration, Skillfulism, and Perfect Slumbers, we highlighted as well, they missed out on the top 4 in the first game, you know. We do expect, like, maybe Admiration, you know, can bounce back. Skillfulism, Perfect Slumbers, all big names. They can all look at coming back in the next game. And I guess just having a quick look at the world chest as well, we saw a different comp. Like, we saw a bunch of different comps as well. Like, we saw the 7 Innovator come out, got that Innovator Dragon online for Yush. Whereas, like, we saw, I think Navi played a scrap board, like a full-on like 4 scrap board, a 6 scrap board actually. So, you know, there's a couple of different comps there that we didn't actually see in Lobby B being played in Lobby A.
Yeah, but we've got we've got a few different Orgrim choices, and Ardent Sensor having to be the pickup here. I mean, coming from a Silver Augment start, Ardent Sensor can be a little bit rough around the edges here and there, but I mean, honestly, it's been buffed up enough at this point here, Ducky, that Ardent Sensor is actually pretty good now. I
love the Ardent Sensor actually. Like, I think it's actually a really underrated item in terms of the fact that we are seeing enchanters being played more and more. Like you see the combos of, like, I mean, Janna, Oriana, there you go. But then also, like, you seeing like enchanter boards just being way more common than what they once were. In terms of people pushing for 3 enchanter or even 4 enchanter, depending on what the situation is. And so if you're getting the extra healing and shielding off the Ardent Sensor, and I think it also gives the attack speed as well. Like, you know, that is a huge buff, especially if you're running an AD centric comp.
Definitely. Well, if you want to talk about enchanters, one of the big items that has been a takeaway from a lot of these enchanter boards has been the Chalice of Harmony here, or more affectionately known as the ice cream cone that Angora has available to them now. Do you think we're going to see it slammed out here? I know that it's a very popular item, but Angora may have something different in mind. What do you think is going to happen here, Ducky?
I mean, I'd be very curious to see the mutant buff this game, but we do see the slam eventually. Like, because with the mutant buff, you can look towards maybe playing a carry. Mal's not the best in this manner, and obviously very early to commit to that with the Ardent Sensor. I think it is a very sensible slam, though. He did push in the level. He does really want to maintain that win streak. If you want to get that free 105 AP across 3 units, Ice Cream Cone is an absolute no-brainer. It doesn't actually net Angora the win here, but it probably actually saves him a little bit of HP regardless.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Malzahar, it doesn't necessarily have to rely on its trade soul too much. It's just an all-round really solid unit. It just deals a lot of damage, capable of cleaning up quite a few boards here. It's honestly surprising just how much it manages to pump out.
Yeah, like, Malzahar was definitely one of the units that I was looking at the start of the set as like, wow, this could be like really something. And I think with the right mutant board, it could be, and we might actually see it later today. You know, the thing with tournament plays, you see a lot of these comps that you wouldn't necessarily see on ladder that people have just been forced into. Just got to find these little edges like, oh, this unit's uncontested. I've got these items. I can build around that. And we might see a Malzahar reroll board. We might see Lissandra. We might see a bunch of other different things. And that's the nature of tournament play. And I'm really excited to see if someone can actually pull that off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the big things is that we're going to be seeing a lot more innovator boards. We touched on innovator, winning the last lobby there. We saw a 7 innovator board, but one of the things is that a lot of the time these hyper flexible boards can build out of these innovator boards. You look at, Seraphine, Jace, those are already innovators, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't take a lot to add on to that there. You can just have this Ezreal start, build it in to these innovators here, and then just carry it on throughout there. Or you can pivot out from that into something a little bit more flexible. You might hit a Kai'Sa, you might hit a Jhin. There's a lot of different options. So I think, as I've mentioned before, that's going to be the big takeaway here is how do you want to play this game out from Donny's spot?
I think Innovator is a very safe board. It does ensure that if you can get a 3-on online, just having the extra unit on board in the early game can be the difference. Like, the Scarab isn't that great. They also recently buffed the Bear at 5 Innovator, which I think has brought a lot of people back to it, along with the Heimerdinger buffs. You're looking at some of the combos as well. You've got Zillion, find an Orianna, that's 2 Clockwork in. You've got the Heimerdinger as well. You can pair that with a Janna, that's got your Scholar in. So there's a lot of, I guess, options for this innovator board that makes it actually think quite a strong tournament play board. If only a bit weaker because some of the more higher cost units are contested. But I think if you hit an innovator emblem out of a Tomb of Traits, or you get the innovator heart, soul augments, you can run away with it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one of those big things though is that you can't just necessarily hit that innovator heart straight off of 1-4, so it's not something that you can necessarily go into the game planning around. But it does make it a little bit easier considering that innovator is quite strong right about now and that you do have those choices. But I mean, we're just seeing some pretty atypical play here from Donny. One thing I really did want to mention there was that King did manage to pick up that Samira with a sword. Haven't exactly seen what's going on with Keen quite yet, but I could imagine that we might manage to see some Samira today as well. I'm excited, Ducky. I'm excited. I would like to see some Samira.
We did see a 3-star Samira last lobby.
We did, but it wasn't the primary focus.
It wasn't the carry. I'm looking at this Trundle right now, and I'm getting flashbacks to Trundle reroll. It's got the 2 cloaks on for Donaldinho, but the Trundle just a really good Runan's holder for the early game. This Katarina is light work. We do see actually the Ascension pickup here from TXC, one of the more popular silver augments that has been nerfed recently. I think rightfully so. It was very, very strong. We do pivot over to Keen's board though, where he has the 3 Imperial in, and he does look like he's positioning towards that Samira carry.
Yes, it's all coming together now.
2% Fiora. Let's go.
Well, that's just it there, isn't it now? The one thing I would like to take away from this here is that it's not necessarily a guarantee that we're going to end up seeing some Samira here. But I would say that with something like a Pandora's box here, getting that perfect item Samira, which is kind of essential to running the composition because it is one of those really independent carries, is going to be quite critical in the ability to play it out here.
I mean, like, when you look at the item as well, though, like, he's got the Last Whisper. He has hit the 2% Fiora. There is just a very real possibility he finds a Yone, whether it be at 5, 6, 7. He's like, you know what? Maybe it's not worth rolling for the Samira. Keep the standard leveling curve, hit the Yone, move on to 8. Like, that is a very strong base with that Last Whisper being such a flexible item for AD comps right now. It is BIS for Samira, but it's also BIS for a bunch of other things. And that early Fiora that he just hit, yeah, I think that has kind of maybe dictated he might start looking towards that Yone board.
Alright, hear me out. They don't actually even pivot from here. They actually just keep in the Fiora. What they do is they sell off the Samira. They re-roll these items that are on the Samira here into good Fiora items and then just play a Fiora carry. Okay, you know what? Scrap that. There's a Samira 2 on board here. Yeah, and that's a GA as well. It's a Yone game.
Yeah, like, this has been... I just can't believe he hit the Samira out of the PBE there. That's quite the roll. It does roll into a belt, that's the wonderful thing with Pandora's. Don't slam the item fast enough, it goes. So it does get put on to the Echo as a belt for a bit of scrap value, but I don't think Keen is too dissatisfied with the 2-star Samira.
Definitely not. I think that one of the things that players don't do often enough is that they don't hold their itemization from neutrals till afterwards so that they can actually get enough time to see it. Because a lot of the time, they'll just inherently pick up the items without a secondary thought, but then the items will reroll, so they have no idea whether they wanted to keep it or not in the first place there. So I think, honestly, more often than not, just holding back there for a little bit more can, save a little bit of trouble there and, actually get towards building some items that you want to get.
Yeah, but that's also the trouble with Pandora's is like, you could do that, and then, like, you pick up the items and they're all trash. And
yeah, but then you can roll them next turn.
Yeah, but do you want the anticipation, or like the high of like seeing the items be good first and then losing them? Like, do you hate that low, or do you much prefer being like, oh, these are terrible items, and then just lock a dog the rollout?
This just sounds like gambler's fallacy right about now.
We play TFT.
We're talking about highs and all this sort of stuff. I don't really feel comfortable. I don't really feel comfortable about acknowledging this right about now. I'm not gonna lie. I came here to cast, not to acknowledge my demons. Thank you very much.
What can I say? We're both reroll players. We both play TFT. That's the nature of the game. We are moving on to Chunga's board now, who has the Yordles in. He does have an IE onto the Trist here, but hasn't hit the Trist 2, so it probably isn't going to be a Trist game from here at 3-2. You would suspect not, but the IE with the Caitlyn, he's still keeping things very open.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Chunga here and seeing what's exactly on bench here, I see a Shaco, and I'm starting to think that Chunga might be picking up a Runic Shield here instead. Wow.
I really like this actually because he's got the IE, he's got the Rod on bench. He's coming up to Carousel, he's pretty low prior. He can make the Jeweled Gauntlet with the Runic Shield. It is a very, very strong looking Lux game from that position. You can look at also playing off the Vex. Once the Vex hits a decent amount of HP within items, the Runic Shield on top of the Vex Shield is really strong. So I actually really like that pivot, that call from Chunga. It's just a matter of he's playing with 64 HP right now, and HP is always going to be a resource. Whether he actually has enough to be able to safely transition the board across stage 4 and actually hit in due time, that is going to be the deal breaker for this comp.
Oh, absolutely. Here, I had to do a complete 180. I had to do a Yui there, mate, because I was about to say it is looking like a classic Chunga's Assassin game, and then Chunga just proved me wrong. One really interesting thing to note here, though, is that we've seen not one, but I believe 2 players who are playing Mercs this game. We see Cosmic Sloss now, but I believe that I can't remember who exactly it was. I think that It was also playing some good old-fashioned mercenaries there. So, I mean, Kade on that win streak, not going to be getting that big payout, but Cosmic Sauce, on the other hand, is starting to build up towards getting into those really scary numbers. Seems to be a bit of a recurring theme, though, Ducky. Seems like there's always just a player in the lobby who's playing mercenaries, but, I mean, you want to talk about big pickups.
There is no way! There is no way he just got a Lux with a glove on Carousel.
Oh, but there is. Oh, but there is.
Oh my god. I do want to highlight as well that with Cosmic Sloth board, he's also got the Metabolic Accelerator, which means that he's going to be getting the 2 HP every combat. But Chung is just the best. He is coming into this tournament as the top seed, and only the best players hit items like that. Just hit. It's that easy. You too can hit a Lux on Carousel as soon as you need it, and then instantly push level 6 and have 4 Arcanists in with the Runic Shield and best in slot Lux items. Just hit.
I'm going to have to do some inquiries, Arthur, as to whether some pogo business was conducted in these few games here, because, honest to goodness, if it's not, you might think otherwise, because of just how good that was for Chunga. I mean, you could not really write it up any better than that, right? We're talking about Lux being the carry that you're really looking for, combined with the Runic Shield pickup, and then to just hit. It's really big for Chunga.
Yeah, no, he's very happy with this spot. He will probably take a loss in this combat, if only because he's really missing some mana gen on the Lux here. Obviously, once you hit, people crack the numbers crunch the numbers. I mean, like you hit stage 6, you know, the blue buff flux isn't as viable, but especially for this early stage of the game, when you're looking at a Chunga who's on 52 HP, he'll be very much going like, where is my blue buff? Please, I need this desperately right now. He also isn't necessarily getting any scrap value right now, but he is just straight up going for the 6 Arcanist, doubling down on it. He can probably look at maybe moving the Merlot off the Ziggs down the line. Obviously, doesn't necessarily want to downgrade his board even further. But he is just building up what could potentially be a board for the ages once he hits level 7, because he can throw in this academy with the Leona, and it just goes from there.
Yeah, but a really interesting decision being made by Chunga here. Committing to the 6 Arcanist, but that's a Leona 2 and a potential Poppy 2 there, so really foregoing it just for, I don't know, the sake of gold? I think this overall just makes Chunga's board just that little bit weaker. I know that Chunga is looking ahead towards, you know, what the composition is eventually going to be here, and the Leona 2 probably not going to be a part of it, simply because more often than not, you end up running an Enchanter frontline with Tarek, to provide a little bit of stronger. You know, the Runic Shield does do a great job, but the majority of the front line here is just 1 star. In fact, the majority of this board is just 1 star. If there was no Runic Shield here, I would be concerned for Chunga's health going into neutrals here.
Yeah, I do want to mention, like we did mention, Cardio is also playing the Mercs in this game, playing Windstreak Mercs. They also have Clear Mind. And so they are absolutely farming XP and gold right now. They're just taking the win streak. They've got tournament traits here. If this rolls into an Arcanist, I'm going to lose my mind. Academy, Protector, Imperial Scrap. Probably just going to take the Academy. That's very nice to get on board. He can throw on the Leona. He's going to do just a little bit of roll for stabilizing here. But I really do like Cardi. They're just going to be steamrolling through this game with the free gold that they're getting off the Mercs. And then they're getting the free XP off of Clear Mind, and then once they kind of hit the point where they go, all right, this is what I wanted, like this is where I need to start looking at building out a board, they can kind of just ignore the Clear Mind. But it is such a massive way of just generating, I guess, tempo.
Yeah, and it is one of those really polarizing sort of traits there to hit. If you hit early enough there, it can be quite good. I don't think it's going to be as good as hitting it on 4-1. You know, we did start off with the Silver Augment this game. Overall, still a very strong one to be picking up there. Just allows you to really tempo ahead in the game. But, I mean, talking about Arcanist games here, I mean, we saw a really strong board there from Chongu, who did manage to roll down, has perfect itemization. We see a board from Fishu, who has got the Arcanist here as well, but not really one that I think is going to be committed to. After all, I think that Fish doing a bit of scouting around here still probably identifies that Chunga has got a stronger overall board here, even with the Arcanist Heart. Don't really see Fish continuing down this line.
Yeah, he's just kind of just playing along with what he's got. He's got some decent items here, very flexible items when you're looking at the GA, you're looking at the Merlot and Warmogs here onto the Swain. I mean, the Warmogs and the Morello can just easily go into a Brahmin into a late game comp. You can throw the GA on a carry. It looks very good. It is quite a decent board that Fish has managed to manicure himself with, I guess, in the mid game here. It's just whether he finds a late game identity to play around is the real question, with Arcanist being contested by Chunga.
Well, I honest to goodness, I don't think there's too much of a worry about that. I think that because of the way that this patch works and the ability to go flexible, that there's not going to be too much of a problem in trying to secure a late game identity. It's whether or not you can hit. Can you hit some of those 5-cost carries that are going to enable your composition to really shine? Only time will tell.
I do want to highlight Cosmic Sloth did just cash out. He had a 9-loss streak heading into that round. I don't think we do have a Cosmic Stream for Cosmic Slots, so we'll just have to wait and see what he actually hits. We do see the quick pivot over there, though. We did manage to briefly see some of his board, and actually we do see him now. So he's managed to pick up a Galio. He's running the 2 Socialite for now. And I think, is that a Kai'Sa? No, it's a Fiora that he has on the back hex there with the Renans and the Archangels. So he's still kind of building out a board. It's much like, I guess, last game's Mercs cash out, where Fishbowl had to try and put something together with the scraps that he got, and Cosmic Slots is struggling in the same vein.
Absolutely. Doctor's orders here, doctor's analysis. Mid dizziness is what we're going to prescribe Cosmic's Lost there, with a hodgepodge symptoms of board that doesn't look anywhere near strong enough to be a stage 4 board, but is somehow still there, and units with items that probably shouldn't be on them there. We see a Fiora with a Rune Hands there, not necessarily the best choice for Fiora, but even still, big cash out for Cosmic's Loss. No 5 costs there for them, on the other hand, which would be a really good thing to be picking up to get a little bit of direction. You want to talk about really strong stuff, though. Donnie's got 2 Nikos on bench here, and is essentially win streaking at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think it's essentially win streaking. He is win streaking, and he's got the 2 win streak right now. He's got the 70 gold. Not playing Rich Get Richer, by the way. He's just got the 70 gold because he can. But I think this is very much looking towards just like he hits whatever 2-star carry he wants to play. Maybe it's a Jace, maybe it's a Kai'Sa. I mean, he's got some decent items onto his Trundle that suggest maybe Jace carry is the way to play this game out from here. He's got the Ice Cream Cone on bench as well. You can just slam that instantly, and once he finds a Jace, 2-star Jace, backline the Jace, instant damage will carry him for basically the entirety of the rest of the game.
Definitely. We see Keen, one of our players that we mentioned before, going for a Samira gameplay instead. We highlighted Yone before, but looks to be like Keen is actually going to either try to play this game a little bit flexibly and try to continue rolling at 7 here with the metabolic boost augment. On the other hand, they've got a lot of choice. They could still go in towards something like that Yone if they wanted to re-roll the items there, or they could just play flexibly, try to hit that Jace. The world is their oyster. I'm honestly a little bit surprised, though. I thought that, even after hitting the Samira 2, I was a little bit skeptical as to whether we'd continue to see Samira gameplay, but no, even going into stage 4-6 here, Keen's still rocking it.
We do see the binary airdrop being offered here, one of the most powerful augments in the game. It does get picked up by Dolan Dunyo over, I think it was Bodycard, was one of his other options, as well as Ancient Archives, which is the Tomb of Traits. And it instantly, just straight rolling down, he's trying to look. I think he is just straight up looking for this Jace if he can try and hit it. He does actually find the Jinx, but he isn't going to. I don't think he's going to commit the Nikos onto it. And I think he is just truly waiting. He does sell, though. So maybe he does. Okay. No, I am mistaken. He does commit the Nikos onto the Jinx. Gets the instant 2-star Jinx in with the sister buff. He's got plenty of just bronze, like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. In his trait selections. He's very much looking for that handshakeage, which he doesn't actually have on his board right now with that Stand United, but he does get the Socialite in, and he can throw just plenty of items onto this Jinx eventually. He does end up using Gangplank as a little item holder for now, so that he can really aim for those best in slot, but okay, he does commit to the Jinx carry, which is not something we actually spoke about.
Yeah, Jinx has typically been referred to as one of the weaker carries here. Unfortunately, big power spike available to it, but as you see here, it just trucks itself into the middle of the enemy team, and if you have not got the front line to sustain it, it can just end up, well, dying. Just like you see here, it just gets targeted down by all the enemy units, and that can really be incredibly detrimental, especially when you're not running a secondary carry, and you see that Donnie chose to put the other items onto this Gangplank, perhaps looking for an Urgot as such. And I don't know if this is the way to play the game. I know that Donnie loves to play this Urgot style, where you got the secondary carry Jinx, you slam all your items onto the Urgot here. But after the nerfs to Urgot, I'm worried that this style of play just isn't as strong that it was before. And after such a dominant game, it would be a shame to see this go bottom 4.
He does pick up a Ziggs there potentially. He just gets a casual 2-star in the shop, but he also does find that Urgot finally, so he can look at putting those items onto the Urgot. He's got a couple of, I guess, a couple of those aura items as well that he could potentially look at making if he so chooses, but he does also have potential option of a second GA, which is also quite strong. I think that is actually what he's going to be opting for, but he is kind of just choosing between his items. No, he does commit to the second GA. He has the Chalice on bench there as well if he so chooses. He does put in the Scholar, the Chemtech. There was a lot that happened there, but he is very much just playing that traditional Urgot board that was very popular last patch.
doesn't manage to get the ice cream cone down in time though, not able to get that buff up. A really nice usage of the binary airdrop here to really enable the rest of the carries on the team. We see that QSS being critical for this Jinx, running into the board that we saw before from, I believe it was
This is Chunga. This is Chunga's board.
Yeah, it was Chunga's board, you're right. And even though they have that 2-star Lux there, the QSS doing a lot to keep that Jinx alive. And even though Chunga looked to be really strong, he's taking it down.
Yeah, like, I guess Donnie is making this work. Can we talk about the fact the Urgot rolled a Last Whisper as well? Like, that is just a very
good.
high roll binary airdrop that he managed to get that combat to make that as simple as possible for Chunga and the win streak there. We do see Cosmic Sloths couldn't get over that Dizzy spell, has gone out with Nausea in 8th. So couldn't get that Merc cash out in time to work, and is going out in 5-1 there. So we do have our first casualty, but we still see Cardi's still at the top of the lobby, who is the Clear Mind Merc player win streak. I think they've just deviated away from Clear Mind now. They're starting to build out that board, which is the way to play it. We've got Fishbowl and Donaldinho still looking quite healthy, and that we are actually looking at our Game 1 winner, Angora. 3 ice cream cones. Welcome to TFT in patch 12.1, I guess.
It really do be like that though. And this just goes to show you, this is what I describe to be as the flexible board, right? Even though we see like the 4 Arcanist, we see the core there, the ice cream cone holds the composition together. The rest of the things that you have in the composition don't matter as much. What matters is that you've got a lot of AP spread around the entire team there. I will say, getting one of your core units Zephyr there, not the greatest look. Admittedly.
Yeah, it does put him down into one-shot territory there, but he did also play against Donaldinho, who we did manage to just see there have the 2-star Urgot, so he has managed to find a lot of things in his role there, Donaldinho. Playing the Urgot comp that's been quite popular for most of the set. Contentious as to whether it's actually still strong right now. But, you know, it's working for Donaldinho if you're going to throw the 2 Nikos onto the first carry you hit. Playing the Jinx into Urgot, if you get it early enough, isn't the worst case scenario. Double Shroud here from Angora means he can basically capitalize on the whole board. He is facing the Assassin board of TXE for his death. The Ziggs does get Zephyr, but the Malzahar is safe. But Malzahar does need to start getting casts off on the Shaco. Does manage to hit the first cast on the Shaco. The Ziggs does get pulled by the Blitzcrank. The Shaco takes down the Malzahar, and that's a primary source of the damage of Angora. And because the Ascension kicks in, Angora is going to go out in 7th. Our winner from last game has rebounded into a 7th. Basically, this lobby is now open for the taking for everyone. If Angora had a really solid top 4 placement that game, or even just a little bit higher than a 7th, he's starting to just very comfortably lock himself in. All right, I can make it to tomorrow if I just play consistently strong boards. But a 7th, that really does throw a spanner in the works.
We're off to the races now, Ducky. It looks like the lobby is truly open, as you say. It's just really unfortunate looking at Angora's board there. We see ice cream codes aplenty, but no real carry items, Where was something to hold together the team? I mean, we saw 2 shrouds there. We saw a lot of utility, but there was, how do I say this? It's like meat and potatoes without the potatoes there. Then you've just got a lot of meat. It's nothing holding the composition together. You
need the harmony. You need to get everything in harmony. So you can't have a full spread. It's like a Sunday roast. You've got to have all the components together. You can't just have a massive roast chicken with no mashed potatoes on the side. You've got to have a little bit of everything, and that's what the harmony brings. And that's what Angora was missing out. We do move on here though to Kane, who did come runner-up in the last game. We do see Kaiser again. We do see the Yubi. We see the Jace. We see a lot of traits on the right-hand side. We don't see any handshakeage, but we do see a Metabolic. We do see Pandora's. We do see a Cybernetics. Kane taking a big loss here. It does put him in one-shot territory. He does have the Metabolic, so if he can stabilize for a couple of combats, he can kind of crawl himself out, maybe make this 6th, a 5th, a 4th. But it does look like at the top of the lobby, we're seeing Donaldinho, Carde, and Fishbowl absolutely running away with it.
I mean, we see Chunga down a fair way there, but we were spectating through whoever it was there. We see that Chunga's got a Lux 3. And Lux may not exactly be the most sought after carry at the moment, but I can guarantee you a Lux 3 will delete quite a few boards. The jump from Lux 2 to Lux 3, it's pretty big.
That's a very eagle eye. I didn't actually spot that.
Yeah.
He did also just hit the Vex 3 as well. So, all right, I take it back. Chunga is chilling. Chunga is being chilling right now with this board.
Yep, I got nothing to add to that. Even with the double Zephyr from Donny there. Lux 3, delete. I mean, it's a little bit worse than it was before because, you know, the mana. Delete. And this is just the way that the game is going to go now. Unless this Lux 3 gets answered by a Zephyr, an Enforcer, you name it. Chunga is comfortably looking at least a top 2 here.
The thing is that it would have to be answered by a 4 Enforcer board because he's got the Vex on board who has more HP than the Lux.
Yeah.
So he can't just get away with the 2 Enforcer these comps. They need to be able to get the damage Enforcers. He's got the Shojin here, which he can throw into the Victor for extra casts. Now, he is very much laughing in it. He's got the 4 Academy in with the Yone, just constantly impairing Lux's spell cast every time she gets one of those blue buff casts out. Obviously, the way that the Final Spark works, and the way that Academy works, it's just farming AP for that Lux. And beside, like you said, the Zephyrs, the Enforcers, I think there's a Sin. That's the only boards that are going to be able to stop this. We do see TXC going out in 6th there, so Keen, like we said, you know, he can manage to eke out a couple of higher places here if he plays right, if he positions right. Although, I do fear for him if he does match it to Chunga.
Absolutely. Don't be mistaken. Even though Kai'Sa received quite heavy nerfs in the last patch after we saw its dominance all throughout the entire patch, it's still a very strong unit. These infinitely scaling units like Tahm Kench and Kai'Sa will almost always have a position in the meta. As I say it gets lifted off of the board here very temporarily. It's still got a place. And so you're still going to see a lot of these secondary carry boards. It's still going to hold items incredibly well. And as I say that, I mean, Keen, sure, it gets absolutely demolished here by Donny's board. Still has a place. Just not in this game right now.
Yeah, Donny has a really strong board, and I think it will come down to the binary airdrops of Donny being able to stop this Lux. But we do actually see Cardi taking out Chunga, putting Chunga into one combat territory. So maybe it isn't as free of a win for Chunga as he thought it was. You know, he's got the Vex 3, he's got the Lux 3, but he's really suffering on the rest of his board.
Well, the natural predator of the IE Jeweled Gauntlet Lux turns out to be a Bramble Vest. You know, all that extra damage? Well, suddenly it's a little bit less. Combined with the Yuumi and Scion shields there as well, that can be the foil to the plan of Chunga there. Assembling what seems to be the Exodia of TFT right about now, only to find that there is, in fact, I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm sure there's a counter to Exodia out there. Yu-Gi-Oh nerds, just do your thing in chat, alright? Okay, yeah. I'm giving this one to you.
Yeah, we do see a combat between Donaldinho and Cardi here. We do see, I think it is Cardi just coming up with this carry Jace that we were talking about earlier. That's very strong. He does have the Giant Slayer on it. He does have the Last Whisper on it. QSS. Very strong backline items as well. You're looking at the 2 aura items on the Oriana as well, plus the magic resist shred on the static shift. That is a very scary board by Cardi. Well positioned by them, mind you, from the fact that they had that really hard econ from that Merc win streak with the clear mind, was generating gold, was generating XP, and then he could just dump it all in at 9 to hit his carries. Donaldinho is running for the Stand United win streak, and he's trying to sprint his way to as many traits as possible. Doesn't actually have Stand United, it has the binary airdrop, which has been the talk of the town for this entire thing. Can we just talk about, I mean, I know Riot changed binary airdrop and buffed it in terms of like being able to give items that are more useful on your units, but holy moly, those are some items that he rolled. The GA coming in clutch there for Donaldinho as the Lux wipes out the Jinx in one shot, but it is not enough to take the win in that combat. Donaldinho going to be knocked down to 5 HP. Chunga stays alive on 10. We're seeing Fishball also get knocked down to 6 HP, and Cardi is actually the one standing on top of this lobby.
That's the thing. That's the thing right there, is that Cardi has got that Scion front line. It's really strong. There's no Zephyrs at the moment to take care of it either, unless you're Donnie. And even then, that still might not be good enough. It's going to come down to positioning here, Ducky. And we say this a lot. We say this a lot. Scouting matters in these last few biddies in the game here. The Trap Claw is good, but is it really going to be enough to carry out the game here? Also, I mean, there's a Camille 1 on Donnie's board. I'm not exactly the most excited about that either. And you look at Cardi's board, they've got a Jace 2, they've got a Scion 2, they've got a Jhin in there as well. Oh, well, I mean, the Jin's gone now, but they had a Jhin in there.
And yeah, was... they had the Jhin, but they dropped it because they hit the Clockwork emblem off of the carousel. A lot of the guys in that actually took the emblems, so I think Fishbowl took a Socialite emblem out of that. We do see Cardi here up against Chunga, which could be Chunga's last combat. The Lux does get hit with the Enforcer, which is the one counter that we're talking about. The Vex just didn't roll enough HP items on the TG, and that is probably just going to spell the demise of Chunga here unless he can get some wild casts off with this Lux. The Lux finally targeting the Jason. Boom! That's what happens with the Lux. Absolutely wipes out the Jason. Now it's just coming through this Redemption Bramble Vest Scion. But it doesn't matter with the Scion if it's only the last unit. Once, you know, the Lux gets the backline, it's done.
You want to know what the funny thing is, Ducky? Is that it wasn't that the Vex didn't roll enough HP items. The Vex rolled a QSS. And QSS means that it is immune to Enforcer. And Enforcer will not try to target the QSS minion anymore like it did before, but it will instead target the unit with the next most highest health. And what just so happened to be the next to most highest health? Well, it just so happened to be that Lux 3.
You are right, I did actually miss that. I just saw the Rabadons and I was like, oh, that's not enough HP. Anyways, we do move on here. We've got Chunga versus Cardi again. Cardi is trying to stay alive, I guess, against this board from Chunga, but it is just proving to be too much, I guess. The roll this time, I think, of items of Vex is probably slightly better. I do like the Sunfire just carves through that front line. And we do see, I guess, the win out of that combat coming to Chunga, who is just win streaking through this combat. And it will be one final matchup. Oh, no, actually. That's just the game done.
Yep.
Okay. We do see Cardi's board Ghost actually taking out Donaldinho. So Cardi does take away the second. Donaldinho does take away the third, but it is Chunga taking away the first. And I do like to say this, but it is Agora and Chunga, the two friends eternal, holding hands with 1-1s to start off Lobby B of the OS TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series, Frosty.
I honest to goodness have to say, what did you expect at this point, Ducky? I think that really these two players are the storied players, right? We've seen them all through set 4 when this thing really started showing its head. And we've continued to see them all throughout the competitive series here. So continuing to see them put up good results here, while I would say is not exactly unexpected, is still very good showing from them, keeping up form. And honest to goodness, playing through some of those rough patches.
I mean, these are the top 2 seeds heading into this tournament, so there are obviously going to be 2 players that we're especially looking out for. They were the 2 players you and I personally highlighted at the start of the lobby. One of those other players that we'll talk about quite a lot is Keen. Yeah, kind of okay there, but I do really want to give a hats off to, I think Cardi's strategy in that game was really, really strong. I mentioned a number of times throughout the cast there, I really think the Mercs with the clear mind actually paid off dividends in trying to just get them to where they were early. It might have just fallen off a little bit at the last hurdle, only meant that they could get the second, but it did pay off for them. Like they managed to really pull around what was, an okay first game and actually really stamp their foot in this lobby and try and make a push towards day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. The Scion front line there, even though you attribute Scion to, say, a Colossus front line there, it's not necessarily the case. Scion can be a very strong standalone front line, but we're going to go straight into it here, where Scion isn't just a standalone front line here for Tamura. Scion is, in fact, a part of a very strong composition with that big core of that Jace and the Jhin carry here with that.
Hold on, I feel like I've just seen it. I feel like I've seen this board before. Is this just Cardi's board just copy and pasted straight onto Tamura's? Anyways, we do see
deja vu.
Yeah, it is a little bit of deja vu for us. It wouldn't be for Tamura, but we do see. Oh, there is actually a broken stopwatch in here from the Clockworker Skillfulers, and that does capture, but it's not actually enough. The Jhin can't actually do any damage through it. And the Scion has just been absolutely knocking up the the backline of Skillfluism as Tamura takes a very easy victory here, but is it enough? It is stage 7, so it is going to be a lot of damage to face, and Tamura backing up. He went 8th last game, and now he comes back with a first. That's a big, big point swing for Tamura to, I guess, really put himself back in contention in Lobby A. We do speak, it's only it's been 2 games in. Anything can happen from here, but it is always a feel-good feeling when you can finally get a first, because that is a massive points boost, Frosty.
Absolutely there. And as we saw before, a lot of these compositions, they may look very similar, but there's a lot of different pieces that you can sort of interchange there. So what we saw before, where Cardi didn't have the Jace, not the Jace, the Jin on the board there anymore. And we saw Tamura running that as well as the Oriana there. It's all about, say, this core idea of a composition, I want to say, where you've got that, it might not be the Scion frontline. You may have a bodyguard frontline instead. The idea is that you just have these two primary carries here, so you may have your Jin and your Jace there, and then just a really strong all-round composition to base it off.
Yeah, well, before we head into the break, let's take a quick look at the scores in Lobby A and Lobby B after 2 games played. So we do see at the top of Lobby A, it's actually Yush who took the win in Game 1, with Skillfless and Admiration rounding out the top 3 over there. Whereas in Lobby B, Chunga, our Game 2 winner in Lobby B, is at the top of the leaderboard. Angora has fallen down to 4th, where it is Keen and Cardi as well in 2nd and 3rd there in Lobby B. So we are starting to see things kind of shaping out. Dawnglade at the bottom of Lobby A actually is quite surprising to me, Frosty.
Yeah, definitely. Lobby A looking very tight here. We typically end up seeing what we see in Lobby B, where there will be a few players that will start to pull ahead. They'll have a few solid results, and those are the ones that we usually look towards to being the strong contenders towards the next day. But it seems to be that Lobby A is just really tight. And Lobby B, on the other hand, TXE unfortunately not having the most luckiest of games there. So going to have to look to try to pull that one around there. But, same can be said for Lobby B as well, where, we only really have Chunga, who's a little bit further ahead than everyone else. But, from that point, we've got Keen, Cardi, and Gora. They're all in, 1 point, 2 points of each other there. So yeah, it's all going to come down to these next few games.
Yeah, well, we still have 3 games to go today in the TFT Oceania Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series. We'll be going to Lobby A after the break. We'll give them a bit of love for Game 3, so don't go anywhere. Two games down, 3 to go in the Oceanic TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series. It's been plenty of action in those first 2 games, might I add, Frosty, and there's going to be definitely plenty more to come as we go across the next couple of hours of gameplay. Obviously, the 16 players that we have today are fighting for 8 spots in Sunday's grand final with only 4 spots at MSI on the line. We're going to pull up the scores here briefly if you did miss them just before the break. We are looking at the top 4 in each lobby to be able to push through for tomorrow. Currently, if it was just to stop now, it'd be Yush, Skillfulism, Admiration, Bluey, Chunga, Keen, Cardi, and Angora. So, you know, those are the kinds of names that are up there, and some of them we expected, and there's some players who are struggling that we didn't quite expect to struggle, Frosty.
Definitely. I think that the big takeaway that I want to take for this is that I want to give Yush, Bluey, Tamura, Cardi, players that we haven't really seen a ton of before, who are performing really well today. I want to give them kudos for, being able to stick through with these lobbies here, being able to, stick it to some of the older guns here that we've seen before. And I want to see more out of them. I want to see how they can sort of shake out a lot of these lobbies here, and, put them to the test.
Yeah, I mean, we have been talking all day about the stalwarts of Oceanic TFT who have been there for quite some time. Your Chungas, your Angoras, your Keens, your Fishballs, your Dawnglades even. But when you're looking at we got a brief look at Lobby A at the tail end of last game. We'll be sticking with Lobby A for all of this game for those who've been missing out. We did see a brief look at Tamura's board, and Tamura went from an 8th to a 1st, and that just shows you that these lobbies really are tight. And you can't just discount players because you haven't heard of them before. They're actually here for a reason, and all of them are in with a chance of making it to MSI.
Yeah, some of these players, they might show up into your lobbies even, and you can't just say, well, they're just the luckiest players of the bunch here. Well, I mean, maybe they were just lucky in your game. Even still, there is a lot of skill that goes on into this here, and sometimes, yeah, you may get Mort Dogged, but sometimes Mort Dog may, in fact, bless you with the easiest first of your life. So let's just do a quick little refresher here just to get back into the swing of things real quick here. We have got 16 players here who you've already seen. They're in the contention, trying to go into day number 2, and only 8 of those players will make it. We've randomly seeded the lobbies. Those lobbies are set. We're not switching around the lobbies at all for 5 games. Then we're going to swap it over to tomorrow, where we've got the checkmate format. You know it, you love it. The players have got to reach a certain point threshold and secure a win to take home the prize money for the top 4 there. Now, those top 4 players, those will continue on into our World's Finals there, and that will end up securing them the chance to take it all home there. So we're going to be going straight into game from here on out, folks. We're going to be spectating Lobby A, as we've just said before. Few big names to look out for here. Unfortunately, Navi didn't have the greatest game last game, unfortunately falling into 7th in the lobby there. But we see players like Tamura, Perfect Slumbers, Dawnglade, Admiration there as well. I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. I feel like, especially Admiration, is one of those players who really brings something different to the bunch here. We've seen it a lot recently, Ducky, where a lot of these players, they typically go for, say, a Jace, a 5-cost carry to supplement their composition. Whereas Admiration, a lot of reroll, a lot of assassins.
Yeah, and I think Admiration is really the one player in this lobby that if we're going to highlight, it's definitely him. He's playing such a different style of TFT to the 15 other players in this tournament, basically. Where Admiration, he's done with... He doesn't want your Jaces, he doesn't want your Kaisers, he doesn't want any of those. He has got his set assassin reroll comps, and he is playing those to the death. Sometimes it's a Talon, he's played Talon Imperial, he went 5th with that. He played Shaco with Syndicate Sins. That went a 4th. The thing with this tournament, especially for day 1, is that's enough. That is totally enough to get you to tomorrow. If you can just consistently play his comp uncontested and make it through. We do see the duet here from Na'Vi, who he's picked up. Quite a strong augment choice, especially if the 2 Socialite Hexes are very nice positions. But I do just want to tie that off nicely with Admiration. Is his style of play is very good in tournament play. He's found his niche, and he knows it's not going to be contested. We've seen players in the past, like Timo's dad, who ran Hellions in set 5 before anyone else did, and that worked for him to make it to top 16. That's how Admiration is working.
Yeah, looking at their augment choice, though, Makeshift Armor received a little bit of a buff up recently, but gotta admit, not exactly the one that you're more than often than not gonna try to go for, simply because it doesn't really work the way that you want it to all too well. Typically, when you focus on TFT, you want to focus on the carries, the ones that you're itemizing more often than not. Whereas this focuses on not itemizing. You don't want to itemize to get the most benefit out of Makeshift Armor here. So, a bit of an interesting one. I would assume that more often than not, the augment choice is perhaps just not that great for Admiration, or just didn't really lend itself to playing an assassin style of gameplay.
Well, he does have the Syndicate start here, so he is obviously trying to lock in the Syndicate variant of what he's been playing. You can see his bench is just full of gold right now, full of units. He does have the 2 bows as well, which is very nice if you want to go play Shaco. Shaco does use up a lot of bows, no matter if you're building Runan's RFC on him. You do end up using 3 bows by the end of your build, basically, so having 2 of them right off the bat's very nice. But, Admiration, Makeshift Armor, like we just mentioned, not the greatest choice. Probably didn't have much. Probably should reply to Mortdog's tweet that he put out today, asking for your worst augment options to see if you get an 8 straight off the bat. Because I would be definitely putting that down if Makeshift Armor was your best choice of the 3.
Well, it's a prismatic choice that Mordog is asking for here, and I would say that prismatic choice for Makeshift Armor 3, actually pretty strong. That's a lot of extra stats to put onto your units early, especially if you don't really have an item that you want to slam on them. But Makeshift Armor 1, it doesn't really bring a lot to the table, It's just an extra 35 armor, 35 magic resist here and there. But let's skew our attention away from that here, and let's just quickly have a look-see at what Admiration is holding onto their bench. You mentioned that they were going to try to go in towards something like Assassins. Perhaps not necessarily the case here, considering the fact that they're holding onto Protector units. And what's a really good Protector unit, well, not necessarily a Protector unit, but a unit that goes into Protectors that uses up a lot of bows? Hogmaw. So, definitely a choice.
And it is one of those reroll comps that he can also play. He does really want to try and kill this Darius. He does actually get the Darius down, so that's a nice little bit of HP saved there. I think we'll start to see the decisions forming. Oh, he does hit the Shaco.
This is the big decision point.
This is a very big decision for him. He hits the Shaco, he hits the Katarina. So this is potentially the point where he can commit to Sins, or he commits to the reroll of Cogmore, Protectors, Snipers, and he does actually commit to the Shaco. Obviously, does have a little bit of time once he starts hitting levels. That's when you have to make his decision. But he is definitely thinking, is this his best board? He only does slams for 1 bow for now. I think he does want to try and maintain that loss streak, but I think he also wants to try and make Econ here.
I was gonna say, definitely giving it a good think. Giving it a good think over, is this the direction that you want to be taking it here? But from this point on, you can't really ask for much more of a sign. You know, it's more dog, more dog. Give me a sign. Which composition should I go for? Ah, my son, let me bless you with this Shaco right here. And even though Admiration is lost, I would say that this is definitely a big pickup for Admiration because it gives you at least some idea of where you want to go. I mean, we saw it last game where unfortunately Cosmin got a little bit dizzy after the big old mercenary roll down and didn't really get to put a composition together. Now you don't have to worry about that. You already know your game plan from this point on. Me synths, me hold hands, me do whatever I need to do.
Yep.
It's clear as day.
No hand holding in this lobby for Admiration. That's also, he does pick up the glove there. We do see Navi run towards the bow. I think that was. I could have been mistaken. I did see someone run towards the bow. Navi, he's got the Yordle Arcanist opener, which we did see a couple of times in the other lobby. Does actually end up being like a decent opener for some. Does scout out that pretty decent Socialite hexes, to be honest, if you're wanting to run a range carry. Has one in third row, one in back row. He can definitely run a lot of different carry types with these two Socialite hexes.
Unfortunately, the itemization behind it not so great. Typically, this would lend yourself towards the Jace style of gameplay here, but you're quite far away from that, and you're coming up against Tamura here, who does have a very strong board. A Trundle 2 already at this stage of the game, perhaps one of the best carries that you can ask for outside of a 2-star 3 cost. Even still, you just see Navi's board getting decimated here with this absolutely, well, I mean, devastating unit choice from Tamura. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make that 10 gold breakpoint to try to get a little bit going there, and I'm afraid for Navi that, I mean, even though they've got the Yordle in with the extra gold here, it might be a little bit to catch up here, especially with holding a TF2 on the bench.
Yeah, it is a case of Navi is he's holding a little bit of gold on bench here. Like the TF probably doesn't change much, but he is very much just trying to figure out what he is actually going to do with these Socialite hexes. He's obviously got the GA slammed. Tamura's board, though, like you mentioned, very strong, and it's a very, very strong opener. He had a lot of star levels on the board, which enabled him to play off that scrap very nicely. Just big shields, big items. Archangels, not the biggest, of course, but, you know, it ended up working for him, and Tamura's going to try and be win streaking through to Krugs here. Navi is on that wonderful rubber band, win-loss, win-loss, win, probably off the back of this, depending on how the Vex cast goes. Yeah, this is probably straight up win for Navi. He just hasn't been able to find that consistent streak to either win or lose, so his econ is in a little bit of tatters, but at least his HP is not in the worst spot.
Well, for the early game here, we see the tried and true strategy of bigger number, better unit coming into effect for not only Tamura, but Navia as well. Unfortunately, just not coming into effect quite soon enough there. Not really going to be seeing a Vex 2 popping out anytime soon. Going into stage 3, however, I would say that Navi's board looking to be in a fairly good spot. You know, maybe finding a replacement Taric or something of the sort to be able to get this Taric out of here for the time being. Even still, 90 health going into stage 3. Overall, incredibly solid.
Yeah, I mean, the Taric's just in now because he's got the duet, and, you know, oh, there's the ice cream cone that we've all been talking about all broadcast. I do want to just point out the HP points of the other people in the lobby. Obviously, Bluey and Tamura went in with the hot streaks, 4 and 5 wins respectively. Admiration sitting down at 66 HP, just pushed level 5. We go over to Tamura's board now, who is running just that Yordle scrap opener, which is just generating gold, generating items, generally just a pretty strong opener if you can get the star levels, and he most definitely has that with that Trundle, who, like you said, imagine if that Trundle rolls, you know, like, it could be a Ginsu because he's got the rod on it. Like, that's a very strong board that no team can create. And he's actually just straight up slammed the Shroud, which you'll place tactically and also get the scrap shield off of.
Playing for tempo is one thing. Playing a tempo Shroud and 3-1 here. That has got... I do not remember the last time I've seen that. This is... Either... I can't tell whether this is Genius Ducky or this is a silver game. I'm pretty sure I'm erring on the side of a genius, but This is just something that you really don't see in a lot of your games, especially since we tend to end up focusing a lot on a lot of these glove carries. We've seen a lot of Infinity Edge, a lot of Last Whisper, heck, even Jeweled Gauntlets have a lot of relevance in these games. But a straight up Shroud Slam at this stage of the game here, nigh unprecedented.
Yeah, like, it's akin to like people shrouding like a Zephyr at this stage in the game. Like, it is Shroud, Zephyr, those kinds of items is something that you associate with like a stage 5 slam when you're looking at, just trying to mess up the boards a little bit. Because when you think about it as well, Admiration just very much quickly gesturing that. Why is that Twitch not a Katarina? But I think that is the case, I guess, for Tamura, is like he gets like a little bit of scrap value of it, sure. Maybe he doesn't see use in the glove of all the items out of the Shroud. So, like, maybe he just wants that and he's confident enough with what he's got so far that he can find what he needs later. But at the same time, he's 100 HP. He's not going to be getting any carousel priority anytime soon.
I think that's the case. Looking at the items that Tamura had slammed an Ionic Spark, had a Rod on a Trundle there as well. But you want to talk about big pickups here? Let's just completely derail all of that there for a quick second. Smoke Bomb, very big.
We're going to talk about the Smoke Bomb. Yeah, the Smoke Bomb's a massive pickup.
Yeah, Smoke Bomb, big pickup here. To go back to Tamura though, yeah, I love your point. Didn't really have a use for the glove there at all. So just being able to get a little bit of tempo out of it there, being able to continue the win streak. Shroud's not even that good early game. There's not a lot of high mana costs outside of something like a Darius or a Blitzcrank, something like that. Even still, just, man, the game sense to be able to do that, I love the choice.
Yeah, like, it could just be a symptom of the fact, like, he did have that scrap board in. Like, and the little shield values, like, I think it's an extra 40 shield because it's the 2 scrap items, or the 2 components.
Yeah.
At 2 scrap is an extra 40 shield. That can swing a combat, it is the little things like that. We do see a couple of interesting, I guess, augment pickups here. We do see the Skillfulism going for the salvage bin, which we saw someone in game 1 used it quite successfully to pivot. I think it was actually was Angora who managed to pivot with salvage bin quite nicely and build off a bunch of items. It was Fishbowl actually that I'm thinking of, because he sold his board and did all that jazz, didn't get too dizzy. But yeah, like, Navi's put himself in a strong spot. He's just slamming all of those. We're talking about Shroud. This is the more flexible item slam that you're seeing here. You're seeing the Chalice, Morello, GA. Those are all the items that you expect to see slam, not the Shroud. So that's a very interesting point. But we can move on from that now. See Slumbers rolling around the board with his Metabolic Accelerator. Admiration getting another sword, which will go very handy into his Syndicate Sins comp. Although I am starting to get a little bit worried for Admiration. He has invested some levels and some XP. He's still falling pretty far behind the curve right now. I think the only thing that really saves him from here is a really, really nice roll down at... if he can even afford to save till 4-2, but I don't even know. Like, I think it's really dependent on what he... If he comes out of this carousel and loses, we do see the push to level 7 at 3-5, which I think is indicative that he is probably spending his gold right now, and I think that's the wise play.
Absolutely. I think this is the style of game that you have to acknowledge that you're playing right now. You are not in a good spot. You are essentially at mercenary levels of health. You would expect a mercenary player to perhaps even have more health than this at this point if they were trying to lost streak. You're not in a good spot. You, especially with how things are going, you don't have a Shaco 2. You need to have something going on here if you want to continue to play this game. And I'm even worried coming up against Tamura here, this might not be enough for Admiration. This is a really strong board. That's a Bodyguard Trundle that has only just now gone down thanks to the Last Whisper. It looks like this will be enough to clutch it out. On the other hand, that is an Infinity Edge Zyra, so I can't say how exactly excited I am for that. But this at least stops the bleeding now from Admiration's side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Zyra just got the IE because looking to sell it off so you can put it on the Shaco does do exactly just that. We're going to see probably some sort of scrap value being put onto the Echo here. Does only have the rod. Yep. So Admiration does find a little bit of stability. He'll be a lot happier once he hits Shaco 2. I think he'll also be a little bit happier if he can get that Zyra back on board. Alas, though, he, like you mentioned, he was that mercenary levels of HP. I think once he hits the Shaco 2, he can be a little bit happier. He can breathe for 3 or 4 combats, and then he really starts ramping up. He needs to start ramping up his comp.
That's it. Unfortunately for them, though, is that, I mean, I believe this is Skillfism right here. Skillfism looks to be contesting. Oh, is it Skillfism?
Yeah, it is Skillfism. Yeah, so it's Skillfism, and because Skillfism, he's picked up the Syndicate Heart there. You can see in the Hex core over there. He's also got the Salvage Bin as well, which means that, you know, he can pretty easily pivot if, you know, someone hits the fabled Shaco 3 early. But given the position of Skillful and Admiration holding hands 7-8, 42 HP together, I think it's going to be quite some time. 15% Braum is pretty nice there. Braum at level 7 gets the Bodyguard in. Very nice pickup there.
That's it. I mean, I was joking around when I said holding hands here. I did not actually expect Skillful and Admiration to be holding hands here. That's really bad news for both of those players here, because Assassins is not a composition you want to be contested in at all, and especially considering that you're the bottom 2 in the lobby here, you can usually manage to get away with it. Usually one of the players will say, I'm at a higher life total, you know what, I'll let the lower life total do all the re-rolling here, I'm going to go for a higher level, hit my Akalis, hit all my good units, perhaps look for a pivot out, we'll see. They don't have that option. They're locked in at this point. If they don't commit to this, they're going to bleed out too much health, and that will be a fast 8th. And that is going to be devastating for their chances at making it out of today. Because, Ducky, that's what it's all about here. It's about salvaging some sort of game plan here into, well, a minor win.
Yeah. Na'Vi did have a little roll down there. Still can't find this Malzahar 2, which has been eluding him for most of the game. In fact, all of the game, because he still hasn't got it. Skillfulism did hit the Shaco 2 there. We did just see that down at the bottom. And it's quite interesting that these two players are holding hands, because they're currently sitting 2 and 3rd in this lobby, 2nd and 3rd in this lobby in terms of points right now. Skillfulism on 10, Admiration tied on 9 with 3 other people. So it might be just the case of 20 play of like Skillfulism maybe going, all right, maybe if I can edge out one of the guys who is on like the cusp of overtaking me in this lobby, if I can edge him out on his own comp, I can then just steamroll straight through to a top 4 and make it to tomorrow.
I don't want to douse your flame here, mate, but we're talking about TFT players here. I'm pretty sure the only thing on their mind is whether they're going 1st or 8th, and how much blame they're going to put on onto Twitter at ModDog afterwards. You know, I suppose it's a nice thought, but I really don't think at this stage of the tournament here that players will be too concerned about who their competition is, especially with how close the scores are right now.
Never know. It is just one of those things. It is one of those things, I think, with TFT tournament players, like it will somewhat evolve into that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's something that like we haven't seen a lot in OCAs. We just see this is the power of a 1% Victor by Perfect Slumbers, by the way, is with pretty decent items, mind you. Just absolutely rinses through Na'Vi's board. But I think, you know, I think the direction that TFT tournaments are going is it's going to be, you have to actually think about where people in your lobby are actually positioned points-wise. And if they're a player like Admiration, you can hold hands with them pretty comfortably. But at the same time, Admiration has managed to really, I guess, make this work.
Well, a Shaco 2 is all that's required here. The Twisted Fate is, I mean, it's going to try to do its best impression of a useful unit. Unfortunately, the one piece holding this composition together has just not been found yet. I really feel like even with the Shaco 1 here doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time until that Shaco 2 is either hit or you go 8th. Because Shaco 1, while it is a good unit, while it is able to do a lot of damage, it's not stage 2 anymore. And it will start to fall off very quickly, even with good itemization.
Yeah, like, it has been a little bit of a thorn in the side of Admiration so far in this lobby. He has been able to hit the 3-star carries that he's wanted. It does mean, though, just generally with his board strength, that he can get through stage 4 pretty easily. It's just a matter of stage 5 and stage 6 onwards. It kind of gets a little bit dicey. But, you know, he's managing to win streak. He's managed to stabilize his econ a little bit. I think the 4-6 augment here is going to be the big play for a lot of these players. What they get out of that armory is really going to I think just swing the game if someone like we see another binary airdrop drop, and how many people take that up. Like binary airdrop has been the augment that players have been running, and the most successful augment I think so far of Challenger Series so far. And if they can pick up one of those, like they can, any player in this lobby can play from that position with their boards.
Yeah. Looking at this carousel, on the other hand, Skillfuls are managing to pick up a Kaiser with a belt there. That is probably not something that they're going to look to play, but more, I think, an effort to try to deny other players from getting that Kaiser, because we've seen a lot of players, they've still been trying to play Kaiser as much as possible, even after the big nerf. So it's just been a really stacked carousel. We also saw a Victor being picked up by Yosh there as well. So overall, I'd say a fairly strong lobby that we're going to be going into. Only Admiration and Skillfulism really kind of the question marks going into the next few rounds here. It's going to be a big last augment pickup, as you mentioned, though, Ducky, because for a lot of these players rounding out their compositions, they don't really have too much going on right now, but you can definitely see where all the cogs are starting to line up.
Yeah, as we do see Skillfulism running into Na'Vi, the Shaco manages, does he actually do enough there, I wonder? Like, probably when you think about the Vex Shield comes out, if the Blitz gets a cast and can pop this Poppy, get the punch off, yeah, it probably has done enough to secure the win in that combat. Gets a 3-unit win over Na'Vi for Skillfulism, so he continues his rise up the ladder. Yush is still quite strong, and he's actually managed to stabilize his board. Admiration is still on that win streak, and there we go, binary airdrop. There's one of those wonderful, wonderful augments that we've been talking about, but no, it actually opts for the Celestial Blessing.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you've been hyping up for binary airdrop a fair bit, but to be fair, at the same time, there are some compositions that just really don't want to have it, right? I mean, you look at what Na'Vi was plopping over there. Na'Vi didn't really have a good item holder for binary airdrop. You know, there are a lot of things that you really just want to keep onto your units there. For example, you really want whatever unit you end up with here, whether it actually ends up being an Arcanist game or not, to have that Giant Slayer, that Morello Nomicon, that well, I'm thinking more Kaiser here more than anything else, but
Yeah.
that GA as well.
You don't want to risk your third item being a bad roll. It's like the binary airdrop principle. But yeah, I get that. He also had the choice of the Arcanist bet. I think we just briefly saw Admiration as well and put up a really strong change up into his board there as well with his augment choice. But Dawnglade here we go back to actually sitting in last in this lobby, surprisingly. One of the players we highlighted at the start of the day, one of the best 20 players to know, sitting at the bottom of this lobby, has quite the interesting hex call with Exiles, Handshake, Stand United 2, and Ascension. And he's got a pretty loaded Tristana, which could probably be, he's probably trying to make that into a Jhin, all things being considered.
Yeah, I think this is the case here. The fact that we see Dawnglade so low here is simply because they have tried to go for that fast 8 and create a little bit of gold here. You see the Jhin on the bench there. You nailed it, Ducky. They are trying to go for that Jhin, perhaps with a Jace backup as well, but just hasn't really hit anything quite yet. And, I mean, the stark reality is that more often than not, there's got to be a player in last. And even though we were saying that Admiration and Skillfulism were holding hands, I think that if your board's just not strong enough, that's just the way that it is, you know?
We've just seen it. The SOJ combo come out. You see Na'Vi just in his board, pivot into the Seraphine Oriana Janna. He's really gearing up for, I think he is just probably going to roll down here and play, hopefully, Kaiser for him. If that's what he hits, or maybe he carries his Seraphine, probably not. But, you know, he's just going to see rolling down. He picks up the Victor, still got 30 gold in pocket. Only seen the one. He's picked up the Jace as well. That's a nice pickup for him. Although he doesn't have, he has one Rod on bench. Picks up the Yumi, not Rod, Bow on bench. So where does he go to from here? He's got the Jace. He's got the Victor. What does he choose to play? He's got the Jace into the backline. He's going to put the Morello on the Braum.
Don't hate this choice. I think that more often than not here, Na'Vi is just playing flexibly. Na'Vi is just going to wait and see what do they hit 2-star. You what is the unit that you can build this composition around? And I mean, you can build around Victor, you can build around Kaiser, you name it. There's so many different choices. I'd say the one thing that I would love to have seen there from Navi, on the other hand, is I would have loved to have seen a Morello on to that Yumi that they've got.
I mean,
because I believe that they're rocking the makeshift armor there as well. So being able to get a little bit more tankiness on the front line could be a big deal. But talk about big shockwaves there from the Seraphine. Seraphine 1 manages to close out the fight there in a dominant fashion. Overtime coming in clutch for Navi there. What turned to be a, surefire loss into a winning fight. And that's a Seraphine 2, and the SOJ comp has just come online here.
I mean, this is just pure Seraphine carry. Like, I think Navi has played a little bit of this in ladder. Actually, I say a little bit. Quite a lot's probably the way to put it. He's got the double ice cream cone, hits the Oriana too. All right, he is bing chilling at this point. Like, he is absolutely going gangbusters. He puts the bow onto Blitzcrank for a bit of scrap value. If that rolls into something like a ZZ Rod, that's quite nice. What can I say? And, yeah, sure, makeshift armor you do like. But I think at this point, I think you take the trade-off of the Morello Nomicon onto a Braum, which hits a lot of units if it casts in the right direction, versus the 25 armor and magic resist.
Unfortunately for Yoshi, this is the reason why you typically don't see a lot of Arcanists being played here, because the most popular composition at the moment is typically this style of game where you see the Orianas with a lot of enchanters here. The natural counter to Lux is this board. So, unfortunately, it looks like more often than not, Yasha's going to be encountering a fair bit of these, and a lot of players are starting to prioritize this as well. So, I don't know if this was the best choice for them.
We do see our first victim of this lobby, Dawnglade, going out in 8th. I think that is back-to-back 8th for Dawnglade, which isn't the greatest thing for him, that's for sure. You would definitely be very much struggling to try and make top 4 from this position. Need some top 2 performances. Moving on, we are going back to Admiration over here, who has managed to hit the 7 Syndicate.
Big pickup, we even saw 7 Syndicate get rebuffed back to its previous state there. Everything was kind of swapped around there, considering the fact that Assassins weren't being played too much. But 7 Syndicate, I mean, the statistic boost up from 5 to 7, I believe it was something like 10%. Or like 10 extra stats or something of the sort there. More often than not, it turns out it's not actually that big of a buff up than you may end up thinking. So they decided to just completely revert it. It's from 33 to 50%.
Yeah, it was 33% originally. It was 50, then 33, and back up to 50. They threw in a couple of Akali nerfs as well after the Akali comp came into prevalence, I think in 11.24.
Yeah.
But yeah, now 7 Syndicate is a perfectly fine thing to push. And I think, there is a great, I guess, emphasis on these Syndicate boards that if they can get, a Syndicate crest, and then they can craft a Syndicate crest, because, it is a spat item, that means you can run 7 Syndicate, and then you can also drop your TF, you can drop your Zyra, depending on your comp, and actually run stronger units in their place as well. It's quite a good board if you can hit just one crest, one emblem. And Admiration, I think for the first time in this tournament, has managed to do that.
Admiration has managed to cobble together something that looks to be better than a savagely average board, you may say. This looks to be going better than a 4th or a 5th here. I think that, even though you may say, Shaker, you need to hit a 3-star, you need to be able to re-roll for all of this here, not necessarily the case, as we see that the Shaker 2 already just doing a lot of work here more often than not, absolutely decimating the backline, and this is the power of Assassins. This is the reason to try to go for this composition, is that you just get unrestricted access to the backline, which is what a lot of these players are really relying on, is their backline carries.
And as you just see there, the smoke bomb coming in clutch as well there for Admiration. He's just got so much power with the Shaco just constantly dipping in and out. Not just the smoke bomb, but also Shaco's Deceive. It allows him to just quickly dip in and out in combat, doesn't get targeted. So even though he only gets the Seraphine last on Navi's board, it doesn't matter. He still gets the win. And we're talking about them holding hands. Skillfulism and Admiration now holding hands at the top of the lobby, Frosty.
Oh, maybe after all is said and done here, maybe everything will just turn out alright. Maybe these two will just be able to make it in the end here. Reality says that it's probably not going to be the case, as we see Yush unfortunately getting the positioning here that you probably didn't want to, perhaps anticipating that they were going to be queuing into the board of Skillfulism there, but instead queuing into Navi here. But I mean, from the looks of things, Yash doing a pretty darn good job, even though running into the Enchanters here is a pretty big deal here. That is a Victor too that is absolutely decimating Navi's front line. But it looks to me like the Seraphine just isn't dying. The amount of healing that is being provided through this Archangel stuff, this is an unkillable Seraphine here. It's trying as hard as the GA gets popped here. Will it be a big enough heal? The auto attacks are coming out here, and it's just not enough. Navi manages to put Yash down into a one-hit game.
Oh, and it's another ice cream cone. It's another chalice. He's got the best in slot Oriana items. He's got the triple ice cream cone for Oriana. You can just see Navi's lips just go a little bit like, ooh, look at that. Like he's pretty happy with this decision. We do see Skillfulism also taking a loss in that combat. Like you mentioned, Yush into the 1 HP territory. We're seeing a lot of Victor this game as well, which I think is a little bit different. Didn't see many Victors in Lobby B, but we've seen Slumbers and Yush both try and work the Victor. Both have been decently okay at making it happen. Probably one of them goes into the bot 4 here, but I think it's been okay. I do want to highlight though, I think Navi hasn't been able to get too much value out of this duet, which he took at 1-4 that we brought up at the start of the lobby. Just with the way he's positioning, he's getting the second Socialite Hex onto the Taric, which he's got Socialite 2 in, which is okay for the mana gen. It's 3 mana per second now, but I think he would really, wants a secondary carry, but as long as his Seraphine is safe, that's fine.
Well, we already see that there is a secondary carry in this Jace here, but the QSS providing an anti-blitzcrank mechanism here, being able to protect the backline, and also just get a little bit of extra damage out for this Jace, the extra attack speed as well provided by the ice cream cones, more often than not, is going to be enough here. On the other hand, that is a big boy Scion. And as I say that, you know what, big boy Scion, yeah, that can protect a lot of your front line, but your back line, on the other hand, gets absolutely decimated by an Oriana roll. And it's just, that's the thing with this board, is it deals so much damage, and it also feels unkillable as well. The Oriana shields coming out there, Navi is not even impressed. Navi just could not have a care in the world. Average day for him here. You know, just, oh yeah, no, I'll just casually get a first place with this composition here. Yeah, no biggie, mate.
Yeah, that was probably the same reaction that he had when he saw the, he was slightly more enthusiastic about seeing the triple ice cream cone. But I think that has been his facial expression for the last stage and a half outside of losing that combat to Admiration. Like, he is in an absolutely chilling spot right now. Like we said, being chilling, you know. He's got those 3 ice cream cones.
I honestly can't tell whether it's intense concentration or just utter apathy. Could not care less about what is going on right here. I'd like to think that it is actually, you know, just, oh yeah, you know, a being chilling moment, right? Where you don't really have to think too much about things. You're just playing it like it's an average ladder game. Those are the sorts of mindsets that you really want to find yourself in, right? But more often than not, these players, sometimes nerves can come into it here, and that you can end up making, say, positioning misplays simply because you're a little bit nervous. But Navi has got nerves of steel, has experience in years of Hearthstone there as well, so is no stranger to competitive play.
Yeah, like, he is one of the stalwart OC esports veterans, and we do see Skillfulism actually gets the race to Shaco 3. He's winning that first out of the raid. We talked about this at the start of the lobby with Admiration and Skillfulism both pursuing this. And look, Skillfulism hits the Shaco 3, which I think his board needed a lot more than Admiration's board needed right now, although Admiration is very much hanging out for that Akali 2 right now. Perfect Slumbers managed to stay alive in that combat as well, which I think is clutch for him. We do see, though, I think the 2 titans of this lobby right now, Admiration and Na'Vi, facing off against each other. For what seems like the first time in quite some time. We do see the Shaco just carving through the front line. Now the Shaco is targeting the Seraphine, gets the GA down. No, doesn't actually pop the GA. The Seraphine gets 1 cast off just before the GA pops, gets the mana up to get a second one. And that 1 cast, the Seraphine managed to get off on
less than 100 HP, has managed to save this combat, I think, for Na'Vi, and really put Admiration back into a vulnerable position. He's down to 16 HP again. Skillfulism goes down in 4th. Perfect Slumbers goes down in 5th. We see Tamura is actually hanging on, someone we haven't actually followed a lot in this game, outside of the brief start of it. And we've got, I guess, the 3 streamers that we have in this lobby, the three perspectives that we have: Na'Vi, Admiration, and Tamura. What more could you ask for out of this late game?
Well, a 4th ice cream cone is what you could ask for. I was gonna say good meme right there, but looks like an excellent meme indeed by Na'Vi. Also, I guess it's pretty strong as well. Though Tamura hitting that Kaiser too, big pickup. Though I have to wonder if the positioning here and the items are going to play a big part, because look at the items on this Fiora. Not the greatest Fiora items, nor the greatest items on this Kaiser either. So really relying on unit strength overall rather than actual items here on these units. We'll see if it plays a big part. Tamura trying to position around the assassins, unfortunately walks straight into the board of Admiration there, who did do a quick switch around. This Kaiser getting targeted down immediately by the Talon is going to do a big dash away over to the side here. We'll see whether it's enough to try to keep him alive, and it looks like the damage being pumped out here by these assassins might be a little bit too much. Big knockups coming out here. Everyone's coming onto the Kaiser. Can it get its final cast off? No, Tamura goes down in 3rd there. Wow.
It was a tight one, but I do want to point out that as we move on to the main combat now, we do see Admiration manage to finally take down Na'Vi, so he gets a bit of revenge there, but Admiration has hit the Akali too, and he has some great items on that Akali too as well. He's got the IE, he's got the Death Cap, he's got the Murlonomicon. That is doing so much damage that the Shaco 3 doesn't matter. And this is what we're talking about with Admiration. He's playing his comp practically uncontested in this game, in this lobby. Sure, he was kind of held hands with Skillfuls in this game. He had the Syndicate Heart Opener, he played the Shaco, he hit Shaco 3. But Admiration knows what works for him, and he is stuck by this assassin board, and all he needed was this one game to completely open his way up into the top 4. Sure, there's 2 more lobbies after this one, but Admiration has put himself in a great spot. Now we go into what could be the final combat. We see the Zephyr landing onto the Jace in the back line, and the Seraphine gets the cast off, but doesn't hit the Akali or the Shaco to start off with, and the Akali's just dashing around this board. The Yuumi gets a nice cast off with the Murlonomicon, applying it across the board, but this Akali has remained untouched, just dashing all across the front and back line of Na'Vi, and I think this is going to be us done for Game 3 of Lobby A. The win goes to Admiration, who looks very blasé about it down there in the bottom right, but that is a massive victory for our Sins one trick, Frosty.
Yeah, some choice words to be had at the end there, but I mean, that is just OCE TFT in a nutshell there, folks. Admiration managing to clutch out game number 3 in quite the stylistic fashion. The Akali too managing to make a big difference in the overall strength there. Also, the Zephyr coming in clutch there on the carousel, being able to make it so that Na'Vi was not able to stay on the duet platforms there, and instead having to switch around to try to play around it, meant that everything was thrown off. The damage managed to get through the front line easily there. There was no big heals coming out from the Seraphine without that extra mana generation. And that's just it for Admiration.
Yeah, and look, that's the thing that we were talking about with Admiration. He's going to get his Sins board uncontested in most of these lobbies. It was contested this time, but like he hit what he needed. He got that Akali too, which is something that he's been missing in the last 2 lobbies. So hats off to him for that. But I think Na'Vi also played that game really well. He had that Yordle Arcanist opener and then managed to pivot it into that Seraphine Orianna Janna board that was very strong throughout stage 5. Kind of fell off a little bit in stage 6. But the triple ice cream cone with the duet, which he took at 1-4, was enough for him to get that top 2. And that's what he needs for now. He just needs the points, and those points are going to go a long way into making sure he gets through the Sunday, Frosty.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is that looking at that board there, if there was, say, a good secondary carry, right? I was talking about the Jace earlier, didn't really have the itemization for it. Ice Cream Cone can do its best impressions there, but when there's a whole bunch of assassins all over the place, the units don't really clump up the way that you might expect it to be able to get the good value out of Orianna. So not going to be able to do as much as you may like. into some of these really annoying boards, especially with Smoke Bomb there as well. It just seemed like Admiration just had the perfect counter to whatever Navi was doing, so not really surprised to see it taking it down in the end there. But I will say, though, is that the Assassin's board from Admiration in the end, you look at that and you might think, it doesn't really look like it's going to be a first place until it hit the Akali 2.
Yeah.
And the Akali 2 was just the big break point. So overall, a really overall solid game state recognition from both of those players there. From Navi to clutch it out after having such a good early game there to be able to transition that into a second place. And from Admiration coming from a really weak position, we saw him at stage 3, 4 there, coming right after Carousel, to transition that into a win. Kudos.
I think after stage 3 neutral, so heading into stage 4, he was on 42 HP, and I think he won that lobby with about 16 left. So he went through about 12 combats and didn't hardly lose any HP. That's enough talking about this game. Let's look at the Challenger Series overall. We are more than halfway through, and these are how your lobbies are looking. Admiration jumps up to first with that, tied with Skillfulism, Navi, and Tamura, and Yush, a 4-way tie. At 15 points, this is going to get very spicy in the last 2 games for Lobby A. Over in Lobby B, we see Chunga, who came away with the second last game. Also going up to the top with 20 points, the highest in the series so far. Donaldinho, Cardi, and Angora round out the top 4 over there. Donaldinho, the winner of Game 3 for Lobby B. Looking down towards the bottom side of things, we see Keen, Fishball, and Dawnglade, 3 names we raised at the start of the day, all on that chopping block.
Yeah, Keen not having a great game. They're going 8th in the last lobby. They're not what you love to see if you're a Keen fan, though. I will mention TXC, one of the players who was on 4 points, managing to get a 5th there, so going up to 8 points. Still a little bit outside of the range there. Has a little bit to do to try to make it back into those top 4 points. But ultimately, it is still within reach. You know, there are still 2 more games to go, folks. It's not one and done quite yet.
I'm reliably informed by Twitch chat, actually, that Keen went 8th before the 3rd augment, so I think that was a little bit of a poor game. A bit of a lucky game from Keen there, but being Keen, we all know that he can bounce back, and that Lobby B, we said, was going to be a very tight lobby throughout the entire day, but I'm actually surprised by how tight Lobby A has been. When you've got 4 players tied on 15 points from 2nd to 5th, these final 2 games are really going to be really decisive about who makes it to tomorrow. And honestly, the way that I'm looking at how that lobby played out then, I do not know how this game is going to play out. But what I do know is that we have the final 2 games coming out after this break. We are taking a little bit of a longer break, so be sure you can go to the loo, get a glass of water, maybe order a HSP. Who knows? But we'll be back here shortly for the final 2 games of the OC Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series.
the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the for the beat and the broken, for the lost and forsaken. Let us never surrender. Now we rise unto the call. For the glory and the fall.
Two games left to determine who makes it to Sunday's top 8 in the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series. Frosty, we've seen some great action in the first 3 games. We've seen a lot of diverse comps being played, which is what we talked about at the top of the show. With this meta, one of the most flexible metas in I guess, TFT. we have seen a few staples, but there has also been a few things out of left wing which have been interesting to watch, and I think that has been a very enjoyable experience so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we're going to go take a quick look at the scores here, real quick. We see that we've got Admiration in first in Lobby A, Skillfulism, Navi, Tamura, and Nush following behind, all at 15 points. It's a tight lobby there. Slumbers, Bluey, and Dawnglade in the bottom three. They've got some work to do to catch it back up. Lobby B, stacked lobby. We have Chunga in first place, Donnie and Cardi 4 points behind each there in second and third respectively. Angora and Cosmic Sloth fourth and fifth. Keen unfortunately down at 12 points. Fish and TXC not having the tournament run that they were looking for today. But don't worry, folks, it is not their last chance to try to make it towards Worlds there. There will still be plenty more opportunities coming up later on here, Ducky. Now, I gotta say, out of what you've seen so far, what has been the most promising thing? What has been the composition that you've really taken a hold of? And what do you think players are going to look towards in the near future here?
Well, I think off the back of Game 3, we've just seen 7 syndicates win both Lobby A and Lobby B. I think people are starting to realize the power of this, especially in a tournament which is dominated by Seraphine, Oreo, and Ajana. As we go back to Lobby A for Game 4, we'll be sticking with Lobby A for now, giving them a little bit of love. And why not? It's an absolutely tight... Look at the carousel contest! Oh, sorry, we're actually going over to Lobby B, actually. So we're not sticking with Lobby A. We'll come back to them later, but we are going back to Lobby B with your names like Chunga and Keen, all those big names. And, you know, this is a very big game, I think, because as we were looking at the leaderboard, there's a lot of people tied. And the tiebreaker in this tournament is seeding and ladder position. So for guys like Chunga and Angora, who are higher on the ladder, they're going to have the inherent advantage in tiebreakers. But at the same time, they don't want to be sweating bullets in Game 5, having to think, I don't want to be going through by a tiebreaker, I want to be winning this outright. So for guys like Angora, who are on that cusp between 4th and 5th, they're going to be really trying to look to stabilize themselves. Just get a top 4, at all honesty. Just play for a top 4. They don't need the win, they just need the points for now. And what comes on there is later.
Well, if only it were that simple now, isn't it? Just get a 4th, hey, Ducky. Well, I would like to go into your next ladder game there and say, just get a 4th, Ducky.
Wish
it's really just that simple.
I wish it was that easy. I really wish it was. I would not be in Diamond. If I could just say, I can just get a 4th every game, I would be higher than Diamond. That'd be fine by me.
And you truly would be savagely average there, my dear fellow. But on the meantime there, let's have a quick analysis on that carousel that we just saw, as we see Keen picking up the phony front line here to provide it with just a little bit extra for the time being. Everyone trying to go for tiers, and unfortunately Keen's the only one to pick him up, so no tiers for anyone else. They just have to play out the rest of the game as is from here on out. But I mean, I know you don't typically do a lot of analysis here, but I'm going to tap into that brain of yours here, Ducky. Why do you think everyone's trying to go for a tier?
I guess tier is just a generally flexible item. We've spoken about Chalice all day today. Chalice has been the item of choice for a lot of people. You saw the triple ice cream cone from Navi last game, but it's not, I guess, just the Chalice. Like, if you're playing Echo, it's a Frozen Heart. If you're playing most carries, it's a Hodge. Like, the tier in itself is quite the flexible item. Sure, it's not necessarily as big of a draw card for some players as others. Obviously, Admiration, we see always gunning it for the bows, but the tier in and of itself is still quite a flexible option to start with.
Trick question. I wasn't actually. I knew what they. It is absolutely the Chalice that they're trying to go for there. The Chalice is the really big pull that they're trying to look towards. Being able to slam an early Chalice, getting that extra 105 AP spread out over 3 units there is just so good in the current meta right about now that honestly, it's the thing to go for. And we've seen the meta evolve over the past week or so, but hey, it is what it is, right? And unfortunately the TXC, you know, starting with double cloak here, perhaps not exactly the best spot to be in, but I mean, hey, perhaps looking towards something along the lines of a mutants game, depending on what exactly this mutant is.
I love TXC replying to the message there. Why are you going by FFing? Like, TXC is currently sitting at the bottom of Lobby B, hasn't had the greatest of starts, as you could see there. Apparently just everyone else is using loaded die. He does open up with the, I think that was the trick shot heart. I'm not trick shot heart, the twin shot heart. Which is, I guess, like you said, looking towards that Kog'Maw. He's got the couple of mutant. And so TXE, no loaded dice for him yet. He's an augment, so he could pick some up and try to get snags of himself. But no, he just going straight in. Bam, no more mutants. Protect as it is. Gets rid of the Kog'Maw. No, gets rid of the Cho'Gath. And he's playing for Econ from here on out. And the Protector rerolls a comp that you mentioned, Frosty, that we could see. And now I think we're finally going to see it.
That's it. I want to effectively name Sharpshooter, the one that allows your trick shot bullets, not your trick shot, your twin shot bullets to bounce around.
Now.
That is the trick shot hard instead. But yeah, you mentioned it. I think that Protectors, while it did get nerfed quite a bit, we've seen continuous nerfs over the past few patches here. Mordog had to change around Protector to give nothing now, the Protector heart that is. It more often than not is still incredibly strong. Even Kog'Maw managed to get nerfed here in the end, went from, I believe it was 11% now to a flat 8% over all levels there. Doesn't matter. Still an incredibly consistent composition if you manage to hit it. It's like what they say, either it's a 50% composition, either you hit it or you don't.
Welcome to reroll. Welcome to TFT.
That's it.
But the thing as well is like, yeah, like Protectors was, like, Protector Heart was nerfed. Cassidon was nerfed pretty hard. Garen was nerfed pretty hard. I think Blitzcrank wasn't necessarily touched. Blitzcrank 3 was nerfed.
Yep.
But the rest of Blitzcrank wasn't. So, the Protector comp did get gutted, but again, like, he's got the Twin Shot Heart. He's got the Kog'Maw Ellie. It's a decent thing to play around. We've got the 4 scrap opener here from Donald. We're speaking about the power of scrap, it can give you some big shields. It can get you some nice items to start with. It's a good way of, I guess, if you're not winning, at least saving HP with the items that you roll. Because it just puts you, instead of being at 3 components, you're at 6 components at 4 scrap. And it's generally just a strong board to play around early.
That's right. Even still, we've moved over to Angora's board here, who is unfortunately taking a little bit of a loss streak here, a bit more consistent than what we were seeing Navi's last game look like, taking that win-loss consistently. Going to be trying to pick up, it looks like a sword here on the Echo. Not exactly sure what they're playing at the moment, but sword is usually pretty indicative that you're either trying to go towards that assassin style or the AD style with Jhin or a Jace on the other hand here, so I mean, perhaps trying to stake their claim a little bit early here. Although, I mean, 2 challenges. Oh, no, 2 scrap here. Yeah, honestly, Angora's kind of open to pretty much anything at this point. And as I say that is a Shaco.
It's got the nice edge as well, so that lends itself to a Shaco. Also lends itself to a Yone board. You can play a lot around with that nice edge in the front line. Fishbowl is kind of struggling the block, like you said. He's got the 2 challenger. I don't think he has the mercs in. I think he was looking for the mercs. Hopefully he doesn't have a Kyun moment where he runs the 2 merc for 11 rounds thinking he's lost streaking and then just doesn't get the cash out because he only ran 2 merc. TXE as well actually doubled down onto the 4 twin shot. So he's ditched the Protector for now. He's actually running the 4 twin shot using the Graves and the Gangplank as well on top of the twin shot heart and the Kog'Maw. So that's a lot of bouncing damage and a lot of just extra attacks from, I guess, the twin shot. And, you kind of underrated for now. It doesn't have a lot of a front line, and I think TXE was frontlining his units to make sure that he could keep loose streaking. But come stage 3, once he can start rolling down for that board, and if he really wants to commit to twin shot, whether as a Kog'Maw carry, God forbid, Urgot, there's some options there.
Don't forget, even though a lot of these reroll compositions, sometimes if you don't hit early, they can be quite weak, you don't necessarily still want to lose. This isn't a mercenaries style of gameplay here, Ducky. You still do want to try to take the best losses that you possibly can. And so, perhaps this is just TXE's way of trying to mitigate as much damage as possible is by playing something like the 4 twin shot, which, honest to goodness, is pretty strong early on in the game and can, potentially help out at preventing a lot of this damage, though. I mean, we see Angora running into Cosmic's loss for the time being, and that's a Trundle too. And I feel like this is just a consistent theme here, is whoever seems to be hitting these Trundle 2s early is just winning a lot of early combats, because this unit, even after the nerfs, still incredibly powerful.
Angora is seething that cloak has rolled into a nice cone, by the way. like we can't escape it.
Seething.
You could see he was yapping a little bit in the middle of the combat. Now he's fully focused on getting his board prep for progs. He's still keeping a very open mind right now, but he's got the Shaco, he's got the Echo. You know, at the same time though, he's got the Warmogs. That's a pretty flexible item. That's something you usually throw down on like a Vex or a Braum and later on to the game. So you know, he's keeping his options open, and I quite like that for Angora. He needs to, you know, be able to stem the bleeding a little bit. He's had a rough couple of last lobbies. Be able to build off that. He does just instantly sell the Zyra, so I don't think it's going to be a Shaco game. So he's obviously got some other plans in mind, probably looking towards that Yone board.
Definitely agree with that. That's why we see that there are two Camille's being held on board here. It was a really make or break moment there as to whether the Shaker was going to continue to be the path to go for, but it seems like even Angora has kind of learned in the past there that sometimes it is just better to go with what you're being given there and not try to force anything. And even though, you know, Angora being gifted that Zyra chooses to chuck it away instead. We move over to Chunga though, and Chunga has got I would say, a fairly weak board right about now. Only a Tristana one, pretty stacked though, and we'll see how they go up against TXE here.
I mean, it's a Tristana one for now, but it's Yordles. As soon as he rolls over another Tristana, gets the Tristana stew, that is a very scary Tristana to run through the mid game, and it can turn into pretty much anything. I don't think he's going to stick it out with the Tristana carry at this point in time, but you know, it's still strong enough to beat TXE's board. TXE does have the mercenaries in now, so TXE's flexed around a couple of comps to start off this game. Obviously trying to find a little bit of his footing. Cosmic Sloth is win streaking still. Manages to push through to 3-2, keeps his win streak going. Keen, we're going to see a lot of level ups to 6 here. That's just the general level timing. And so, you know, we've got slowly starting to see guys find their identity. There we go. There's the Trist 2 for Chunga, and we keep moving on.
I'm just going to come out and say it. I don't love this move from TXE here. I think that committing to a mercenary style of gameplay after you have not had mercenary in for so long at this point is, first of all, going to make it so that your payout isn't going to be big enough to try to stabilize you, and second of all, it's just not strong. You're going to come up against so many boards now, and I mean, early game you can afford to take these losses, right? You can afford to take your 8-loss streak, but look at how much damage TXE is taking now against a lot of these stronger boards. Cosmic Sloths just came into rotation here. And it's not getting any better from this point. And what is it for? It's for a 4-loss streak. Nothing big. Like, we're talking, what, at maximum, 15 gold. 15 gold and maybe an item here. I think that overall, it's just not that great.
This could change things, though. It is Prismatic Augment. He's got the Mercenary Soul. We've seen a lot of 3 mercenary. We haven't seen much 5 mercenary though, and 5 mercenary changes the payouts drastically. And another thing to highlight here, TXE isn't the only mercenary player in this lobby. Fishbowl is also playing mercenary, but in TXE's position, he could look for the 5 mercenary. I mean, he does actually commit to it, so he's doubling down on the strategy. Maybe the 5 mercenary, the prismatic shot might have just saved him there.
Yeah, I think that if anything, this would be the saving grace right here, because more often than not, as I mentioned before, 3 in this spot, you haven't really got much going on. 5 ups what you get from this dramatically. So every single loss from this point onwards here for TXE is going to be a massive power spike in potential. Now, the big thing here is because this is now a prismatic lobby. It is suddenly a lot more chaotic than it once was. That will TXE be able to cash out? Going up against Fish, who is also running that Merc there, and it seems like a bit of O-Cage business has gone on here, because TXE's getting cashed out way too early here. This is not what you want to see as TXE. You just haven't got enough of a build-up yet.
Yeah, and I also think that TXE, I don't even think it was a 4-loss streak. I think it was a 3 when he hovered over his Trest. He didn't actually have it in for the first loss of that. Fishbowl, with the double item grab back, it has a lot of items for once he cashes out. That's going to be a very scary proposition for when he actually manages to get cashed out. That's now 8 losses for Fish. Still on 36 HP, so he'll probably look at cashing out before the neutrals here. But yeah, TXE, pretty annoyed with matching into Fishbowl there. It does not bode well. After taking the Mercenary Soul, he had the option of high-end shopping. He had the option of Golden Ticket. Doubled down on the Mercenary Soul, he got instantly cashed out.
The good news for TXE is that 5 mercenary wins are actually not half bad. You get a fair amount of gold from them. You know, you suddenly go up from 1 gold on average to about, I believe it's 4 or so. So at this point, even this huge gold influx here, yeah, we can just see TXE start to aggressively level and try to abuse this as much as possible. So even though the payout was a massive surge in gold and not much else, you can still get items from this point on. We could, I mean, theoretically, I don't think we're going to see a 7 mercenary game, but we could. There could be 7 mercenaries in store here, and that could only prove to be more insane here. So I'd say from what seemed to be a very questionable position that TXE was in, suddenly, I mean, the world is his oyster.
I mean, if he does hit the 1%, Tom Kent, she's got the Quins on bench. It is a scary proposition because once you hit the 7 mercenary, no matter if you can just play win streak mercs with 7 mercenary, or you like just play 7 mercenary for like 2 turns and then get a massive cash out, that is a huge injection of gold. TXE does take a good loss there. Obviously, he's trying to conserve as much HP as he can to try and build up a little bit of a mercenary payout. Fishbowl again loses, so that's 9 losses for Fishbowl. Really curious in chasing his cash out once it comes along. And at the other side of the lobby, Cosmic's still undefeated. Oh my god. Do it! Do it!
No way. No way did this actually just happen. The 1% Kench. That is TFT at its finest, folks.
He's doing it.
This is happening. This is happening right now. I can't even believe it. Wow, from what seemed to be a questionable choice from TXE has suddenly turned into one of the most potentially insane games that we are about to witness here, folks. You don't want to miss this.
I don't think I've ever seen 7 mercs in a tournament. I don't think I've seen 7 mercs in a tournament this entire set. This is going to be groundbreaking if TXE can cash out, because once he cashes out with 7 mercs, he gets the triple dice off the 7 merc bonus. Once he cashes out, he doesn't need to worry about playing lose streak anymore. He just plays win streak mercs for the entire game. Another good loss. Oh no, this is going to start getting dire for this lobby. He's going to start getting some massive cash outs. Fish goes onto a 10 loss streak, by the way. He gets the double moon deck. Click on your chat, please, TXE. I want to see what you got. It's going to be... Oh man, I cannot wait to see what he actually manages to put in.
So here's the thing, right? As 7 mercenary, you don't want to lose. You want to win every single round because you're getting an extra dice that gets you just extra really good stuff, right? So, I mean, honestly, I think we're in the position where we could just see TXE go fast 8 and just try to power out the rest of the lobby. Because don't forget, on top of not only having a Tahm Kench which produces items, if you win, this is going to be insane power spike. This is going to be so big because you will just have infinite resources. I cannot say how important it is from this point that not only does Fish never cash out, but TXE doesn't start to get rolling here, because if it does, this lobby is over. This lobby will be over if either one of these two manage to get anything rolling.
Well, we do see him matching up into Cardi, who's on 90 HP. The Tahm Kench gets pulled in with the Blitzcrank hook. The Gangplank's just wailing onto this Scion, but it's doing work. He does manage to farm 1 bit of gold off. So he's slowly getting through this front line of Cardi. Does he have enough now to deal with the back line? The GA coming in clutch here. We've now got the healing cut. Oh, but the execute doesn't come off onto the Tristana. I think if the Gangplank targets the Tristana there, takes Tristana down, actually gets the kill. So he is still losing with the 7 Merkin. Does he just... He has to push the levels here now, and we've just to continue looking at the mercenaries this game, Fish is on an 11 loss streak now. This is getting wild between the 2 mercenary players. This is going to be some big tempo swings happening in just a matter of seconds.
I am praying for the rest of this lobby here. I'm not concerned about I'm less concerned about the top of this lobby. I'm concerned about what's happening at the bottom of this lobby, because what happens at this next round for Fish, if Fish wins this round, there is very likely going to be a mercenary player 1 and 2 here. Now up against Donnie here, an enforcer onto this Lissandra, and I've got bad news for the rest of this lobby here, because it looks like with this Yone 2, it is
happening.
It is not looking good. It is
happening.
not looking good.
Oh,
because that's an 11
it's
cash
happening.
out.
Okay. Bearing in mind, players 1 to 6 in this lobby, guys, don't matter. All we care about is Fishball and TXC, guys. This
And
is the
here we
mercenary
go.
game.
That's a
okay?
Gen 2.
It's a Gen 2 right off the bat. It was just a lot of golden units. That's what Fish ended up getting out of his cash out, was just a lot of golden units. He does
That's
hit the
it?
Gen 2, but that's it.
What? Wow. Folks, you know what? Unfortunately, I got some bad news. Fish maybe.
Okay, Fish is going 8th.
Straight 8th.
Fish is going 8th. Like,
Wow. Damn. It really do be like that, huh? More dogs scammed him.
can you imagine 11 Merc cash outing, and the only thing you get is a Gen 2 with a Zephyr?
Woo. Yeah, I thought we were about to be seeing a Bing chilling game here from Fish, and it seems like Fish is still very much in the frying pan. Fish is just dead.
He's actually
dead.
And TXE's about to go out as well. He can't cash out his 7 Mercs. What is happening?
This is okay. So this is actually the problem with Merc at the moment, is that last patch everyone was just trying to go fast 8th, right? Now Fish playing Mercs is trying to go fast 8th.
Oh my
And so everyone is actually playing strong boards now, so it is harder to cash out. TXE is going to try to go for a Kench 2 to try to stabilize here, but it's looking very sus. It's looking very sus.
I have no words for what we have just. I feel bad for Fishbowl. That is one hell of a Mort Dog on that cash out. Now, with that out of the way, I think we can address a little bit of the rest of the lobby. I was joking somewhat. Cardi's still on top with 90 HP. Keen is still going pretty well. He's got 6 syndicates in. He's got 2 bodyguard spats to get 4 bodyguard in. He's got a Sin spat, so all he's really looking for now is the Akali.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick here though, is like, it's really unfortunate for Fish. It is legitimately unfortunate they managed to queue into the strongest person in the lobby after having such a bad roll down there, you know? And I mean, sure, you could say that it was inevitable there, but damn, you really hate to see it. The rest of this lobby strength is, in fact, quite on point. There's 3 players above 60 health right about now.
Yeah, and like we're following Kane right now, who is pretty much in the Akali waiting room, looking to get that 7 syndicate on board. Once he gets that with the 4 bodyguard, and he's going to be very strong. That Brom and Darius, with whoever he puts the bodyguard spats on in the later game, is going to be taking up a lot of damage. I'm keeping an eye on TXE. TXE has cashed out. I repeat, TXE has cashed out the 7 mercs. So
that's not 7 mercs anymore.
Oh, he's downgraded it to 3 mercs. No, not like this. Why? Why is he going? No.
He's compromised himself. He's compromised the meme for, well, tournament positions. And I mean, to be fair, the tournament life is on the line here, but at the same time, I mean, you gotta say, I mean, kind of.
It's still like he had the 7 mercs, like losses into the chest, so it didn't really matter at that point. He got what he needed. He's getting a lot of gold out of this for the cash out regardless. He's getting some.
This is just, I don't know if I agree with this in the case of TXE here. I really would have liked to have seen a lot of these Merc units go off the bench here if you aren't committing into it anymore. I think that, you know, the potential of hitting more 5 costs here would definitely suit you a lot better than, you know, just trying to keep some semblance of a Merc board going here. But, I mean, hey, he's at 40 gold, level 8, with an Urgot 1, and I mean, a Tom Kench 2 is, I mean, unironically pretty good though.
Yeah, Tom Kench 2 with Chemtech, so it's got the Chemtech bonus with the damage reduction, and also all the extra bonuses that come with the Chemtech trait. And obviously that was nerfed recently, but it's still pretty good, especially when it's on a Tom Kench, because he already gets the damage bonus from when it needs Devour. As you can just see there,
nom that goes to Time Kench. Doesn't manage to get the Fiora to die, but it should just be enough to net the win. Yes, it is. So TXC is still going to keep rolling through with these Merc losses. He's basically going to have 3 Merc in for the rest of the game. No matter what he plays, he's always going to be playing that 2-star Time Kench, and he's got the Merc Soul. He's always going to be just cashing out this win streak from here. Now it's just a matter of just taking that 1 or 2 gold that he gets at a time and just running with that for the rest of his... But he also just needs to build out the rest of his board, because I don't think he can play around a 1-star Ergot for too long.
Definitely not the case. I just want to say, it's essentially like saying you've got +1 economy for the rest of the game because you cannot afford to lose. In TXE's spot, a loss from this point on is pretty much a guaranteed out. I mean, sure, you could say that there is a chance that you'll, maybe live with 1 or 2 health, but more often than not, if you're taking the loss here, that's just it for you. So, how much does the Merc do? In reality, not all too much. But more often than not, I would rather see stronger units on the board rather than trying to maintain Mercenary 5 or anything of the sort, simply because it's just not that strong right now.
I'm gutted. I'm actually gutted.
Still in shell shock, eh?
Like, we were so hyped for some mega cash outs, and we got nothing. Well, in TXT's case, we actually got something that was, like, pretty decent. Obviously, when you have the 7 mercs, if you're losing, you're still getting a lot. Obviously, it's more of a win streak con at that point, but you still take what he got. Still got it for Fish. That's in the past, though. Angora with a very, very strong Yone board, although he is missing a little bit of CC. Blocking, doesn't have a Banshee's Claw, doesn't have a QSS, doesn't even have a GA, so the Yone is very, very vulnerable, even with the 2-star and all those strong items. He can just melt like that, and it's... We said, heading into this game, Angora just needed to get a top 4, just needed to go have a decent placement. It doesn't look promising.
No, and I mean, we were talking about Fish earlier being at the bottom 5 of this lobby B. Going 8th there, that pretty much guarantees that Fish is not going to be able to make it. So Fish is essentially out of the running to try to make it into day 2, which is really unfortunate. Fish is one of those long-time guards here that we've had in the OCE scene, just never really being able to make it there. So, I mean, one has to wonder just how much that's playing on the mind. Is, perhaps a bit of mind games are going on, wondering, can I even make it in these high-end tournaments here?
Yeah, I'm interested. Like, he's got the knife edge, so he's obviously positioning a lot front line. He has the Camille 3rd row, which I think, sure, okay, it's Angora. I'm not going to question his positioning that much. I think that could maybe be moved up one row for a little bit more AD. Not that your Camille's going to be doing much, but yeah, Angora's board is just not cutting the mustard purely because that Yone just can't dish out any damage without a QSS, Banshees, or a GA. And so Angora here is, I think he's out. I think... Oh, 1 HP.
1 health.
1 HP, which is enough for a 6th so far. Donaldinho did go out in last combat. So he's alive for now. He needs to make it to Carousel, though, and hopes he can find something on Carousel. Else, yeah, this is just straight out going to just be bombing out in 6th, and then he has a massive uphill, a massive hill to climb in the next lobby, especially when you consider Cosmic Sloth is currently the player he's tied with. On that cost for 4th and 5th in this lobby. Cosmic Sloth is doing just fine this game. He was Mr. 100 for 2 stages. He's in 56 HP now. Sure, he's like fallen off a little bit. But, that's the kind of thing that you need to be weighing up heading into the final lobby, is who your direct competition is, and Angora is most definitely struggling.
This is the big one for TXE. If TXE can manage to take down this Yone here, and it looks like TXE is going to continue this win streak on, Angora is out, and TXE's tournament hopes are kept alive for just 1 round longer. So we move over to Chunga, who is rocking that VTuber avatar right about there. Going to be going into Carousel. A lot of good choices here. See what they want to pick up. Is running a hodgepodge of units here. Pretty sure is emphasizing that Jin carry right about now. TXE manages to take away the Shroud, a good bit of utility, and it looks like Chunga is a little bit dizzy, trying to pick up that Titans.
Hold on. Did you see what TXE cashed out then? With Time Kench? You got 2 spats off the, infinite frontline spats that Angora had. So he managed to farm 2 spats with the Time Kench and get a fawn. which he now, well, not the Fawn, the Tactician's Crown is what it's called now as part of set 6, and he's got the Tactician's Crown currently on the locks, can put that on bench if he likes. But yeah, he's now 9.
What?
Actually 10. And TXE has played this game from nothing into something that has been absolutely beautiful.
I'm at a loss for words right now, Ducky. I'm questioning my knowledge as a TFT player as we speak here, simply because this game, I'm not gonna lie, it looked like an 8. It did not look good for TXE, and then the prismatic augment hit, and suddenly it's gone from a fast 8 to now TXE's in top 4. Now TXE has a chance at taking a first, and if TXE manages to take a first, they'll go from 8 points to 18 points. Mind you, that would be second place in theory after we add up everyone else's points. It may be a little bit different, but suddenly everyone that felt really safe before in their position in this game is suddenly starting to question how hard they're going to have to go in this final game.
I mean, when you think about it, if TXE goes first here, that's 8 points, puts him up to 16. Angora went 6th, and that puts him from 13 plus 3. That puts him in 16. So TXE would be tied with Angora if he wins this lobby. We do move on to Keen here, who has managed to find the Akali, put the bodyguards out on it actually. So he's got the 7 Syndicate with the 4 bodyguard. There's a lot of damage being absorbed up by the bodyguards over here with that extra armor. And he's also running the Syndicate spat onto the Victor, which is a lot of bonus stats onto that Victor. If you can find that Victor too, that is going to be one very, very scary board for Keen, who is in a very, very pretty comfortable position once he can find the 2 stars of all of his 5 costs. But for the meantime, he's going to have to try and face off these big boy boards that Cardi, Cosmic Slots, and TXE are running. And it's kind of working out for Keen here. The Omnifam from the Syndicate actually is coming in quite clutch off the Victor cast, and there the Victor goes. And that's a loss. But it was actually pretty close, and TXE actually manages to take the win against Cardi. So TXE is just continuing to farm gold off this lobby. He's continuing to just generate... Yeah, there you go, 2 gold. He's got the locket for the front line as well. Brilliant. He'll be absolutely celebrating that. So between, like, Keen... between, like, TXE, Cosmic Sloths, Cardi... Can Keen get anything better than a 4th here? I don't know. The rest of the lobby is ridiculously strong.
I'm wondering if there's anything that... I mean, realistically, I think that Cosmic Sloths probably doesn't have the board to beat TXE, right? I think that there is a fight in which Keen can beat TXE. I think there is the chance. I think it doesn't take much. I mean, with the Jinx too, suddenly things start to get a little bit questionable there. That is a very, very stacked Calm Kench at this point. But I think there is a chance. Don't discount it here. That is 7 Syndicate. And that is a very stacked Akali as well. We're just going to have to wait and see how this plays out.
I think he's given himself, 2 more combats to try and find these 2. Oh, he has actually hit the 2-star Victor, which I think actually could be a turning point. Obviously, it does get shrouded by this fight with the Dr. Mundo. We do see the Jinx of TXE's jumping in, getting a nice slam onto the full backline, but we do finally see the first Victor cast. How much of the lobby does it cast through? It casts through pretty much everyone, but it does get eaten by the Tahm Kench straight afterwards. Will it get popped out? The Yuumi is so close to casting, but it is not enough. Keen takes massive damage to face there. I think that is 19 damage taken, and it was so close. It was pretty much the Shroud. It was brilliant Shroud positioning by TXE, which basically swung that combat in his favor, making sure the Victor could only get 1 cast off.
That's it. I think that, you know, all of these feeds that have been put into the Kench at this point have finally started to add up there, because even still, those are a lot of Syndicate stats being put onto that Victor, but it was still not enough. There was still just 1 chomp and it was done. So, scrap that. I think TXE is in position to just take this game as a first. I think that itemization-wise, what can Cardi do? You know, you may have a Zephyr, but TXE has got 4 stacked units, 4 carries. You can't Zephyr all of them at this point. You Zephyr the Urgot, there's a Jinx, there's a Tahm Kench, there's a Fiora waiting in the sidelines there. And I think that this is just one and done. This is the power of mercenaries.
Yeah, and I think with when you're looking at Cardi as well, like, he doesn't necessarily have the Scion build to face up against this Urgot Jinx either. Like, he's got the Dragon's Claw, but he doesn't have a Bramble Vest. Like, he's got the Dragon's Claw, which is, like, relatively effective against someone like Keen. Obviously, Keen did manage to get the victory in that last combat, but up against TXC, that's just going to get shredded through. And when you think about the amount of access TXC has with that Jinx just being able to dive into the backline, it's, yeah, like, I don't think any board is actually optimized or built to be able to combat TXC. He's put the Gunblade now on Kench, that healing's going to be passed around to all the units. From what was a questionable twin shot start from TXC, he has managed to pull off one of, I think, the greatest games of TFT I have seen in any set, in any tournament that we've casted for the OCE TFT series.
I mean, this is... I wouldn't say this would rival the 4 Fons, but it's starting to get close. Cardi's board absolutely eviscerated. Blink and you'll miss it. Cosmic Stuff's out in 4th, also rocking the Urgot board. And this is what it comes down to. I fear that this could be the final combat. There's a Syndicate spat right there, and I still don't think that is enough for Keen to even realistically think about taking first. It is about mitigation at this point. Who is fighting for second? Is it Cardi or is it Keen? Who can position better around what the opponent is rocking here? Because if you go into TXE, that's it.
In your like mind then, Frosty, like heading into this combat, you just position, if you're Keen, to face Cardi. Just ignore TXE. You're going to lose to TXE. Your sole focus is on Cardi for now, right?
Yes, absolutely. I would not realistically even think for a split second about trying to beat TXE. You've seen what the board can do. It's absolutely stacked. And it's theoretically... I mean, well, that's really unfortunate for Keen, because even still positioning the Victor away from the Shroud here, I still don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to this. He does manage to get the Victor cast off, but yeah, no, the rest of TXE's board is just so strong.
Big heals, though. Big jump, though.
Yeah, the Tahm Kench was just come and beeline for it, and as soon as the Tahm Kench comes around, that is the end of the game for Keen. You could just... he looks so disappointed in the fact that, yeah, like, he had a really good board and he positioned perfectly for that fight. There's just nothing he can do. And look, oh, Cardi probably lost to TXE's Ghost. So that is the game. TXE has pulled a rabbit out of a hat to come from dead last in his lobby. He played 7 Merc, cashed it out, and got a first out of it. Out of one of the most roller coaster games of TFT you could ever see.
That, folks, that's teamfight tactics for you. Set 6 teamfight tactics. Hell of a game.
Like you mentioned, like we had the 4 Fons, but that was quite something. But apparently the other lobby is still going on, so let's see if there's any more crazy shenanigans around the corner. We are going to be quickly jumping into lobby A, where we do see Yush, Na'Vi, who is probably just had the massive. I mean, he got a.
I see a fun. Yeah, I see a massive Merc payout here.
Yeah.
Seems to be the story of today. It's a 1st or 8th playstyle, Ducky. Either you hit or you don't. And you know that is... I mean, can I put it more eloquently than that's just TFT right now. Either you hit or you don't.
I mean, that is literally the summary of last lobby. You have Fishbowl, who didn't hit, went 8th. You have TXE, who hit, went 1st. Looking across the boards here, we see Dawnglade, who finally has managed to put together a decent board. Once again, it's the 7 Syndicate board that we've been highlighting. He's got the Syndicate Echo 3-star with decap and blue buff. Obviously, the Echo attack speed doesn't scale anymore. They removed that from his ability, so it won't be giving the Shaco the 70% attack speed it once was, but it's still very, very strong. And Na'Vi is just slowly trying to position around. He's going to slam the Spatula. Doesn't get the scrap value on it. Oh, wait, did the Jano solve the scrap value? Anyways, who does? I can't really follow this fight right now. There's a lot happening going on. The Jin currently carving through a lot of the backline, but this Shaco lives on 1 HP through the last Jin bullet there. It does manage to actually get taken down, so there is a little bit of hope here. We've still got the Seraphine carry here for Na'Vi, and the Seraphine carry is enough. The Akali with no items isn't doing anything for Dawnglade. And yeah, that's a big win for Na'Vi to make sure that he secures a top 2 in this lobby. He's feeling it. He's feeling it. He kind of missed it out a little bit last game, but now there's a chance for him in this game. He's got 2 more HP from the metabolic. I'm sure that's going to save him when you get into stage 7. Who knows? Maybe he lives on 1 HP. I doubt it, but it could be a possibility.
Big pickup here, picking up the Janna 2, providing a little bit of utility, but that is a Yone 3, the final boss of Yush, looking really strong over there. Navi, I mean, has got rocking a really strong board themselves, but will it ever be enough here? Positioning this big old Braum in the front line here, but unfortunately not on the correct side. The Jace is positioned really well there as well, has a QSS, and it just feels like Yush has got everything that Navi just does not want to see over on the other side of the field here. That is still an alive Yone, and it looks like Navi is just going to have to settle for second here because there is just no shot, no chance, and we see perhaps a little bit of emotion out of Navi there, as, you know, probably just lamenting the fact that they've just gone more dogged.
Look, he just couldn't get the Yone. He couldn't track the Yone. You know, that was just a simple combat that fight. Maybe if the Yone gets eaten, that's a different fight. But, you know, the Yone 3 is always just going to carve through just like that. And that was back-to-back wild lobbies. I'm pretty sure that was like, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe a Merc crash out. Maybe it was just its early TK printer. I mean, hats off to... who was it? I can't even remember who just won that lobby. Jeez, it was Yush, wasn't it? Yeah, jeez, it's been just a whirlwind last half hour. I can tell you, it's been the absolutely crazy TFT action. Hats off to Yush. Navi with another top 2 that's going to solidify his spot within the top 4 of Lobby A. I am still trying to process what we've just watched in the last 30 minutes, Frosty, though.
All right, let me just break it down for you. Yush, player that we haven't really been seeing a lot of, has come into the tournament here and has really, honestly, surprised me with how well they've been playing here. This has been consistent scores throughout the past few rounds here. We saw Yush first into fourth, into fifth, into into fourth, into fifth, into sixth, into first again. Gosh,
Yep.
even I'm caught up in this whirlwind here, of Yush's scores here. But it looks like Navi as well, a really consistent player. I'd say that Navi is pretty much the epitome of just trying to play as safe as possible, right? Is going to just try to play these consistent compositions and just try to get the best score. We'll see that now, though, because we'll be going over the scoreboard to take a quick look. We saw it before. Yush and Navi holding hands first and second, 23rd and 22 points. Admiration and Tomorrow falling behind in third and fourth. Skillful is in fifth. Perfect Slumber 6th. Bluey and Dawnglade, unfortunately, down in 7th and 8th there. You can take away the other one because I'm clearly dizzy here.
You're just about as dizzy as Fishbowl as his cash out there.
Yep.
We do see Chunga and Cardi at the top of Lobby B. Chunga been very consistent throughout today, 24 and 23 points respectively. You see that 3-way time between Donaldinho and Cosmic Sloss at 18 points. And we did also mention Angora and TXC. We did talk about in Lobby B. They're now tied at 16th. And the big thing for Angora is that tiebreaker. He has the tiebreaker over everyone but Chunga in that lobby. So if he can manage to, like we said in the last game, get a top 4, but I think he's probably going to need something like a third or even a second to try and get get into that top 4 position. He needs to be able to get there points-wise so that he can win the tiebreaker first. And as for like someone like Fishbowl, I think that 8th kind of cemented Fishbowl's fate. I think it's actually mathematically impossible for him to get, but we'll only see after this break with what holds in the last game. It's been a long day, so please stick with us for one more. We'll see you after the break. you a bit dizzy, Frosty? So I'm certainly dizzy after that. That was one
Whoa.
hell of a game that we had in Game 4 of the OS TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Challenges series. We are now loading in to the 5th and final game of Day 1. The top 4 of each lobby will make it through to Sunday's Grand Final, where 4 spots in the Mid-Set Invitational are on the line. I've managed to chill myself off. We had 7 mercs. We had an 11 merc cash out, quote unquote. I wouldn't call it a cash out, I'd call it more of a mort dog. You can come and have a look at the results and the current scoreboard leading into the final game. You're looking at Yush, Navi, Admiration, and Tamura at the top of Lobby A. You see Admiration slightly over the top of Tamura, even though they're on the same points. Admiration has the higher ladder position than Tamura, so he holds the tiebreaker for now. The same goes for Angora and TXE in Lobby E. We're kind of fighting out for that, potentially pushing up into that 4th spot above Keen, Donaldinho, and Cosmic Sloss, currently holding up the points 18 apiece, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in Lobby B. But is Chunga and Cardi clear at the top of Lobby B? We are going to be following, though, Lobby A. We're going back to Lobby A, where before this game, heading into the 4th game there, Frosty, we had 4 guys tied at 15 points. Now it's a little bit more wide open, but we've had a couple of standout performers, and the one that I really want to highlight first is the man on our screen right now, Navi, because he has been very, very consistent throughout the day.
Definitely, and you know what? I think his facial patterns here also very consistent. You could literally pretty much have a time lapse scan over another youth's face right about now, and I would say it would be pretty much the exact same here, except for the occasional pop-off. But I mean, what I really want to talk about on the other hand here is that Navi's got a bit of an interesting start, has potentially got a blue buff, Arcanist, Imperial, First Aid. Not exactly the choices that I think you want to be seeing here as Navi. What do you think you're going to end up taking? As you can see, head into hand straight away. I think recognizing that it's a close one between First Aid and Arcanist here. Twig, Ducky, who are you going to pick up?
I could just ask Twig. He's sitting next to me now. My roommate has returned, my double-up partner. But I do think I would have liked to have seen maybe the Arcanist picked up there. He does have the blue buff. If you can gamble enough and hold on for long enough, he can try and get that Lux board going, which we have seen have a little bit of success today. But I think the safer option is most definitely the First Aid kit. So, you know, I wouldn't have minded to have seen a gamble. Navi's pretty safe in his position right now, but he's obviously just sticking to comfort.
Yeah, definitely. I think that perhaps Navi just doesn't really see Arcanists as a comfort zone. I feel like a lot of players have invested quite a bit of time into, trying to get Arcanists working if you get those options popping up there. But I feel like it is one of those compositions that if you don't know how to run it, that it could be fairly detrimental for you to just try to pull it out and just say, oh, I'll just try to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen of Navi's boards as well. He's played a lot of Seraphine, he's played a lot of Oriana Jana, he's played that Holy Trinity. When you have increased healing and shielding by 35% when you're playing a Seraphine carry board, First Aid kit kind of spicy. So you can kind of understand the thought process there. On the other hand, we have Admiration, who has quite a lot of items thanks to the item grab bag. He did hit the Deathblade, which I'm sure he is very happy about as a Shaco player, and he's just going to keep playing that Sins board.
All right, hear me out. You want to hear something spicy here? I see Warwick's being held, and I see a good old Singe being held here as well. We haven't seen any Twitch reroll, but that is certainly a possibility here. Now, is it a good possibility? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But Admiration chose to not level, which is typically the sign of something that you'll end up doing here if you're trying to go for, say, the Assassin's board. So I'm kind of throwing up my arms here, kind of wondering what's about to happen.
Well, he's putting the Chemtech in for now. He does have the Yordle starter pack on bench as well with the Ziggs. He does kind of have a little bit of everything. He's kind of just holding everything for a bit of gold. I guess it could just be we may see the Twitch reroll. Like, I haven't seen too much of it. I feel like it is very dependent. Like, when you think about a Twitch reroll, you also think of like getting Chemical Overload. So that you can get those massive bursts in the backline as well once your units die. But, it also just dishes out a ton of damage, and the healing cut is kind of convenient too.
Yeah, a lot of healing going on in this set, which is why a lot of players choose to prioritize items such as the Morello Nomicon that we've seen ever so much here. So, there is that bit of added utility that Twitch does bring to the table, though I can certainly say it's not exactly at the forefront of your mind when you're picking out the unit. Ah, yes, I will play Twitch for the healing reduction here. And this is going to be the big tell. That's an extra Twitch being picked up here. It is a possibility that we could be seeing some Twitch reroll. There's Ezreal and Camille being held. I think we might be seeing it for the final game here, Ducky.
Although, I did just see Admiration. He is hovering. He's like, ooh, there's 3 Syndicate. It's kind of nice. Kind of been successful for me. Ooh, could be a spicy pivot, but he does seem committed to the Twitch for now. I'm very excited to see how this goes. I'm very... Look, Admiration just has every Sin reroll comp in the game down pat. He knows how to play it. If there is a Syndicate not a Syndicate. If there is a Syndicate reroll, if there is an Assassin reroll comp in the game, he knows how to play it. So he should be able to navigate his way with Twitch. It's just whether he can hit. That's how reroll comps work.
That's just it. Looking throughout the rest of the lobby here, we see Tamura choosing to go for that level up there, straight up to level 5. And, you know, that's more of a tempo play here, stopping Admiration in their tracks. Admiration rocking a pretty strong board right about now, but, you know, unfortunately queuing into that player who is just trying to play for a win streak. Not too much you can really do about that, but I'm really interested to see exactly item prioritization here from Admiration, going straight in towards what I feel will be that Hurricane here. Very good Twitch item. Also rocking that Deathblade as well. I'm starting to see the pieces line up here, Ducky. I think we could be in store for a Twitch reroll game here.
I think we are, and I think he's keeping an eye on Tamura, and
That's
he's going,
another one.
why are you holding my Twitches? It doesn't stop him from ever hitting a Twitch, and he's also got Lissandra and stop there. But yeah, like he's just slowly taking over these Twitches. Like, hey, there's a real possibility, just a cheeky little roll down after Krugs if he manages to generate enough gold in time. It's just naturaling them in time, sure, but like, yeah, the Twitch is happening. That's the position we find ourselves in. And I'm very interested to see how this stacks up against the rest of the board. We haven't seen too much of the other comps coming out. We do see a blue buff on a Heimerdinger, which could be held. It could also be the sign of a Heimer carry. You see the Ezreal 2 there with the QSS on it from Na'Vi. Na'Vi could be looking at running that kind of Heimer comp, which has been buffed in 12.1. Heimer's attack range has been increased by 1 from 3 to 4, which means you can backline the Heimerdinger and he won't walk forward, which makes it very, very handy, especially when you're trying to keep your Heimer carry safe. He doesn't have to push forward in front of your other ranged units.
Yeah, good choice for an item holder then. Na'Vi just trying to play for strength as we see more and more things come in here. Admiration's got this lined up perfectly now. The choice to not level up and instead try to prioritize a composition that you don't usually see is perhaps paying off dividends here, because you look at Admiration's board, not only got a lot of 2 stars, but is just in a really strong point. I mean, yeah, sure, you're going to lose to tomorrow, but at this point, nobody else is at a 100 win streak, so really, who wouldn't?
Yeah, exactly. And looking across the rest of the lobby, you've got Perfect Slumbers, 98 HP, Dawnglade, 92. We see all the way down the bottom, Bluey, 74 HP. Haven't seen a scouted Bluey's board. Is he actually playing Mercenary? Or is this a mercenary-free board? If it's a mercenary-free board, my brain will thank this lobby.
It would be the first one that we've seen today, honestly, because it's just been such an incredibly strong staple that we've seen everybody go for it. You know, just being able to get that big cash out there is realistically not something that a lot of players can deal with, especially if you end up hitting.
Yeah, and you know, these are the best of the best when you're looking at the OC region. Very few of them get dizzy. We've seen, I think Cosmic probably got dizzy in his cash out earlier today, but I think the rest of them either got unlucky if you're looking at Fishbowl, or they've managed to manicure comps that have been able to at least save them a couple of places at best. We move over to Na'Vi here. I mean, he's been having the Yordle opener pretty much every game. I'm pretty sure he's just been running this safe Yordle opener every single lobby. Not really the most interesting items. I'm not sure what you necessarily want to go from here, Frosty, but you know, he's got the Shiv, he's got a spare belt, you know, with the kind of board that he's operating versus the kind of board that he plays, that tier is definitely more likely to be a Chalice than anything else.
Well, I was going to say, Na'Vi, it's about ready to cry me a river with the amount of tears that he's gotten from these last few item drops here, but I just wanted to point out the really interesting QSS slam more than anything else. I love the shift slam, by the way, just chucking it out there.
Yeah.
You mentioned a Chalice, but Chalice, do you really have that luxury right now? Especially in Navi's position, when you can just play so heavily for tempo, you could, in theory, just try to slam as many items as possible here, try to play strongest board, take your fourth, and guarantee your spot. I think what Navi's trying to do here is just the incredibly safe way of playing things out.
Just slam your items. They're no use on your bench. And the shift is still a solid item. It did get nerfed. It's still a solid item. Have seen it in a few comps today. And these Yordles are just taking over. He gets 3-2, level 6, puts in the Scholar. Just more mana gen for not only this Heimerdinger, but also this Ezreal. Because Ezreal doesn't have the highest mana cost in the world. That's the 2-star Heimerdinger now. Navi is absolutely chilling. You can see how happy he is. Just one roll, boom. He can probably just step away from his keyboard and come back at 3-7.
Yeah, no, he knows. He knows what he's just done there. That Heimerdinger too, the power spike from 1 to 2, big dealio. Not necessarily for the damage, mind you, but for more the survivability. Heimerdinger, very squishy unit. If anything, pretty much if a Breeze manages to get on the Heimerdinger, yeah, that's a Heimerdinger that's dead right there. But 2-star Heimerdinger, on the other hand, suddenly all the poke that goes down onto it here allows for you to guarantee, or nearly guarantee, that 3 rocket cast, which just means that that's so much more damage that's coming out instead here, rather than just having a dead unit half the time.
I want to say this Belt Slam has been the best for Na'Vi that you could ask for. He got a redemption in the first combat, which he is rocking with First Aid Kit. Then he got a Banshees, which just gives him extra. Okay, lifelong learning. He's running. We could see 7 Inno.
We could. We definitely could. But we both know that we wanted to see something a little bit else there. We definitely wanted to send the lifelong learning.
I did love the lifelong learning there, let's be real. That would have been pretty cool to see.
Unfortunately, we're not casting meme TFT right now, we're casting tournament TFT, Ducky, but, you know, at the same time, yeah, even though that 7 mercenary game may give you a different impression, let me tell you that these players, they are actually trying to win.
Damn, that's crazy.
I know.
Anyways, we pivot back to Admiration, who has not found many Twitches since we last came back. He was 6 out of 9 when we left him at about 2-5, and now he is 7 out of 9 at 3-3. So it's been a little bit unlucky. Hasn't been able to hit that Twitch 3 yet. Only just hit the level up to level 5. But slowly with time, he'll hit that Twitch, and then did he pick up a Chemtech heart there? He must have with his Hex score.
Yeah.
So he can look at, you know, just keep on pushing that Chemtech power. Obviously, Chemtech 3 has been powered down a little bit. Chemtech 5 is still pretty strong, and then Chemtech 7 and 9 is obviously what Riot is the direction Riot's pushing for. Not that many players pick it up, but if we see another prismatic augment and there's the option of Chemtech, he might take it, but I'm thinking he's also looking for something like Chemical Overload.
Well, I think that certainly could be the case here. Typically, you'll end up seeing either these boards will skew heavily towards Assassins or the Chemtech style, depending on which augment they hit. So I really feel like it's going to come down to that. We see Admiration has got those extra Talons and Shakos on the bench there. Perhaps just ideally going to try to go towards something like that 4 or 6 Assassin style of game plan there. But for the most part, I feel like it's still a little bit flex. Typically, the composition ends up running Ezreal to try to round out everything here, you know, try to get the 3-star Ezreal, but not really having the luck of the draw for the time being. Still really trying to find those 3-star units. And that's a talent too. That could be a good reason to switch out of this Warwick for the time being, considering the fact that you really just haven't been hitting.
Yeah, he's kind of holding a lot on bench right now. Like he did sell the Talon there. He did end up selling the Talon actually. So he sells the Talon, he plays the Echo, he sold the Shaco as well. He picks up the Singe, so he's 7 out of 9 Singe now, 7 out of 9 on the Twitch. He's got the Zac, so that's 5 Chemtech for him whenever he so chooses, probably at level 6. And then that's 5 Chemtech, 2 Sin, 2 Challenger, and that Echo has got the Frozen Heart as well, which is one of Echo's best items and worked against Skillfulism. So, you know, Admiration slowly building up this board, but the longer he waits for this Twitch 3, he loses tempo, he starts falling behind. There's 8 out of 9, that's a big spike. If you can get that last one, can start dumping his money into F instead of D.
Here comes the big question here. That's it. The Camille has pretty much been admitted that it will not be 3-star at this point. There we go. And that is just it. 5 Chemtech coming onto the field here. Admiration has made their choice. No to the Camille, no to the typical reroll that we see here, and instead heavily committing in towards the Chemtech. I love this choice here, but ultimately one that I feel like we won't be able to know whether it's paid off for them quite yet or not, simply because it is quite dependent on whether they end up hitting the correct augments on stage 4 here. And in the meantime, heavy losses are occurring right here. We see that Na'Vi is just continuing to chunk away with this Heimerdinger too, with this incredibly solid board. That's going to be a hell of a late game for anyone to try to deal with here, especially looking at these items.
I think Na'Vi is putting more energy into emoting on his enemies right now than he is building his board, which fair play. His board's pretty strong right now. He doesn't actually need to do much to it. He's probably just going to push 7 now. Yep, there we go. He's probably pushing towards maybe 7 Innovator, maybe just the 5 Innovator. He's got this very strong Heimerdinger, depending on the items that he hits here, yada, yada, yada. Na'Vi's just chilling. He's just having a good time. He had a little bit of a gamer moment last game. Wasn't too pleased with how it ended with the Yone 3. Now, he's mentally reset. He's just chilling.
Can you blame him? I can't blame him. Yeah.
I can't blame him. He also just found a zillion, which
Yeah.
he needed. So,
Yeah. Woof.
oof.
Big
Could
pickers
you
here.
imagine if that Galio was a Jace though?
Yeah, I mean, definitely that would be the bigger gamer moment here. But for the meantime, picking up a second Seraphine here. This is looking to just be a fast, potentially 9 game. I mean, I don't want to soju
Don't
Na'Vi
say
out.
don't
I don't want to.
say
I don't
those
want to
doomed
call the
words.
soju. But we could be seeing a fast 9 from Na'Vi if Na'Vi is just being chilling.
He's pretty healthy right now. The rest of the lobby is also actually pretty tightly contested. We're used to seeing a lot of like low HP players at this point in time because we've seen a lot of Merc players, but obviously no Mercs in this lobby, so it's pretty healthy at this point in time. And Na'Vi is just getting torn through by this Talon, and Louis found a little bit of a board for himself.
The
We haven't
bear!
spoken a bit much about it. The
Ooh.
bear. That was almost the bear buff difference. That was almost the bear buff from the last patch, but no. Does manage to sneak through a win. Louis now on a 4-win streak, and he was sitting at the bottom of the ladder for quite some time, but now he's slowly getting there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the bear just barely unable to get there, but ultimately, Navi's probably happy with this, and you can see that Navi is even in a comfortable enough spot that they're just gonna slowly eke out the level up here. They're not choosing to go for a fast 4-2 up to level 8. They're instead just gonna play it out, feel like they're strong enough to continue to maintain at least a semi-strong board. Now we'll see how that's going to go up against Tamura here, who is also rocking a decently strong board. Only 1-star challenges though, means that this is more often than not going to be anything that Tamura can do about it.
Doesn't necessarily have the best items that he wants for
That's
either.
it.
Like, the Yone just instantly gets deleted before even getting the clone out, I think. So, Tamura's putting up a fight. The Taric is very, very handy at this point. The Fiora cast... Okay.
Well,
Fiora just carved through. With
yeah.
the waltz. With the dancing waltz. That's just... You know, the Giant Slayer, sure, wasn't necessarily effective against those backline units, but definitely the Bloodthirster shield was very handy. I do want to point out Admiration has now hit. I saw it happen. He hit his 3-star Twitch, his 3-star Singe, so he's now slowly pushing those levels, trying to get at least back up to where the others are in this lobby. There's a couple at 8, but there's also some down by 6 as well, also playing the same reroll comps. He's kind of just, now that he's hit his Twitch, he's got some very good items on it. He's got that Sin in. He's back in that sort of comfort spot he found himself in stage 2.
Yeah, it's very interesting watching the dynamics of the tournament play out here, where we started off seeing everyone going flex, and then we've slowly seen players go into reroll compositions over time here. So I'm interested to see exactly what is going to take place tomorrow, whether we're going to see players even more adamantly try to just focus solely on trying to reroll here, or whether we're going to see the flex play open back up again.
Yeah, it is like something I think we highlighted between ourselves in the break as well. Is like it was very much just people playing their very structured TFT. There was a lot of focus on Jason Kaiser. And like, sure, there are players that are sticking to that game plan, but we've seen a lot more variety in the comps, especially in games 3 and 4, and now 5 with Twitch, and a bunch of other things as well. We're starting to see that variety in comps, and I think that's going to be really interesting to see how it develops. I wonder if it's a symptom of players getting comfortable in their lobby. They know what people are playing. They know the kind of playstyles. Sure, these guys know themselves from the ladder, but when you have the same 8 people in the same lobby back to back to back to back to back, you kind of get a sense for the tempo, and then people are finding those little things that could actually get them advantages. They then hit the little things that get them advantages, and that ultimately snowballs into something like Admiration's board right now, where he has a Twitch reroll with a very strong very strong Warwick and a very strong Twitch.
This mid-game from Admiration, you see it already. There's a 3-win streak happening right about now, and honestly, it's only going to grow larger because you look at the rest of this lobby, only realistically Bluey with that Talon 3 hit there is in a strong enough spot to even think about contesting him, but that's the thing, Admiration already just fought them. This is a scary Jin 2 on the other hand, and I mean, if they manage to get the turn here, big Oriole, big Jinod's coming out, bam, straight in towards the Twitch there. We'll see whether they can tear through the Warwick. The Warwick is doing its darndest, but the sniper shot comes off from Caitlyn. The Warwick just continues to go fast. But as the Chemtech buff wears off, Skillfulism manages to clear out Admiration's win streak there.
Yeah, there was just nothing getting through that Scion with that team comp, and once the Jin 2 just started carving through the Twitch, that was it for Admiration. So the win streak is lost. There's the smoke bomb. He takes the smoke bomb, which, you know, could have been handy in that last combat just to draw a little bit of aggro off the Twitch. But, you know, he's got it now. I'm pretty sure Admiration has played Smoke Bomb 5 out of 5 games now. It's just been his go-to augment. So, you know, it just fits his comps perfectly. He's kind of found himself a new niche in this Assassin reroll. And he's just really setting himself up, I think, really well for tomorrow as well. He's shown a very diverse set of comps, even if they all have the same spine. And it makes me excited heading into, I guess, tomorrow's lobby. Obviously, it's not confirmed yet, but Admiration is sitting pretty comfortable points-wise. That he's gonna be able to put a spanner in the works of some people, and that one high roll in a checkmate format could pay off big time.
You bring up a good point there, is that sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes you're just a mercenary game away from, you know, getting that checkmate down there. I wanted to highlight a really interesting choice in regards to that smoke bomb, however, and I mean, I wanted to chuck the idea out there that perhaps the smoke bomb was in fact not the best idea, and even though the composition does revolve a lot around Twitch, we see a Warwick in the composition as well there, being a very strong secondary carry, and the Twitch doesn't have a lot of healing, but getting a celestial buff from your augment there could be potentially a team fight winner. Whereas, I mean, the smoke bomb, yeah, sure, it's pretty good, but you only have 2 assassins. You're not really going to be able to make the most out of it there. So, while I don't necessarily hate the choice, I personally think that getting the celestial down there may have been the better choice.
It depends on where he bridges his comp from here, though. If he goes into the 4 Sin, then probably the smoke bomb maybe has a higher payoff once you get into the later game. But if he maybe stays at the 2 Sin, then yeah, I think you're potentially right there in terms of just how strong, I guess, Celestial Blessing is, especially when your Twitch is just hitting hard. Celestial Blessing 2 is also a decent amount of healing, gives you a shield, an overheal, and it is that sustain for the comp. But I think it is a little bit dependent on where he actually decides to bridge his comp out from. He does see where the Socialite Hex is, straight in the mid board. Will he throw the Twitch on it? He does for now. That's 20% bonus damage. And yeah, it's just pretty easy going for Admiration in terms of where he is now. But I want to kind of flick back with him at this end of stage 5, because I have a feeling this is where the screws kind of tighten with a comp like his. And whether his early game work has been enough to make sure that his reroll comp can actually survive.
That's it, slamming the Bloodthirster down onto this Warwick, coming up against the Fiora too, a worthy adversary, but as it loses the targeting there, it's barely not enough to keep the Warwick alive, just can't manage to get a smoke bomb. Comes in handy though, but the Fiora manages to retarget straight onto Admiration's Twitch. You mentioned it, Ducky. This is where things can start to look a little bit precarious now. 5 Chemtech may be strong, but without these extra levels here, it can be really tough. Scholar, I don't feel like is going to do a ton here. And it just feels like, what can Admiration add from this point on? You've already hit your 3 stars at this point, and yet you're starting to take some kind of questionable losses. I don't know about this one, Chief.
A couple of big plays just happened there. Perfect Slumbers hit the 3-star Vex. We just move on to Navi's board now. He's hit level 9. He's rocking that 5 Innovator board. He's got the 3 Enchanter Room, which go perfectly with his first aid kit. He's facing up here against the board of Bluey, who has managed to find the 3-star Talon and just carves through that Seraphine like it is nothing. But he's got the Mechanical Bear. It almost clutched up once, and it's most definitely not going to do it again. That Echo is frightening. That Talon is frightening. Bluey's board is in one hell of a position. And if I take a look at the scoreboard, Bluey is sitting at 16 points right now. He's in tied 6 with Slumbers, losing on the tiebreaker. He's only 2 points behind the cutoff. A big game here from Bluey, a win from Bluey, gets him through to tomorrow.
Hear me out here. Yush, our first place player in Lobby A, went 8th there. This potentially opens up the door now, Ducky. There is now I think from Yush's standpoint, that all it really was is you just don't want to go 8th. That's it. But now, on the other hand, things are starting to perhaps be a little bit worrisome now. You don't know whether you're going to be able to get there in the end, simply because, all it takes is just one bad hit. And we've come into Admiration here up against Navi's board, and you just see this is where the Twitch reroll starts to fall off, when everyone starts to clump up, when all of these assassin players are in the lobby here. There's not a lot that you can do in Admiration's position, and Admiration is one hit away from death.
Yeah, his board's just run out of juice, and this is very, very troubling for Admiration. Like, he's sitting on 18 points right now, but that is not safe. In fact, I'm pretty sure if he loses this game, I don't think he actually makes it into tomorrow's play.
Mm-hmm.
I think will be a big loss for Admiration, considering he was feeling pretty confident about himself, especially after that big game 3. The 8th last game most certainly hasn't helped, and now he finds himself on the cusp of not making it. Obviously, Yush. I think Yush is pretty safe regardless of the 8th, especially if Admiration goes out here. Despite Yush having the lowest tiebreaker out of any player in this tournament, with 6, he's sitting on the lowest on the ladder, the way that the tiebreaker works, he's pretty safe regardless. He's going to sit on 24 points. That's kind of the cutoff that you take for most of these 5-game tournaments. Is you hit 24 points, you're basically going to go through to the next day. But in Admiration's case, I don't think if he goes out in 7th, 20 points is going to cut the mustard.
The case. 7 Chemtech, the board now for Admiration, and this is going to be the test, Ducky. Can 7 Chemtech cut it? I'm going to come out and give my prediction. I don't think it's going to be enough. Without the good augments here, you can see that Admiration, while they, maybe rocking the green board, is looking a little bit red with envy at all the other players and their good boards. This has got to be the fight against Skillfulism here. Can you manage to get these really good snipe-offs with Twitch? The Echo is going down pretty much near immediately. The Jhin just starts blasting there, and it looks like the front line is melting. The Warwick is staying alive for quite some time here. The Twitch has not died quite yet. It's doing its darndest, but the healing is coming out from the Jhin, and it looks like this is going to be it for Admiration. Going out in 7th, a disappointing end to what seemed like such a promising start to the tourney here.
Yeah, and that's a big loss for Admiration. I think it does come down to that 4-5 augment choice, that 4-6 augment choice that we're talking about, where he went for the smoke bomb instead of Celestial, and we spoke about running out of gas, and he just did. Like I said, we wanted to come back at the end of stage 5 and see where he is. We now know where he is. He's in 7th. He's dead. He's likely out of the tournament for tomorrow unless results really go his way. So. That is a disappointing loss, and you do wonder now, what happens if he took Celestial Blessing there? Maybe the Twitch gets enough of an overshield that it can just live through for a little bit longer. Maybe the Warwick has a little bit more healing. Anyways, those are all questions for later. We go over to Tamura. He's got a very, very strong board right now. He's currently on a 5-win streak. He's got that 3 Socialite and getting flashbacks to the last patch. The Seraphine carry with the attack speed items is looking very, very strong for now. But the Victor casts here from Perfect Slumbers have just been on point. But it is this Fiora. It clutched out a win earlier. It's got the Bodyguard emblem now. There's no way this Heimerdinger is going to carve through the Bodyguard emblem and the Bloodthirster. The Yuumi tries its best with the Morellonomicon. That's not enough. Tamura moves on to a 6-win streak. He's gone from strength to strength after starting out the day with an 8th. He's gone on and looking very confident in this lobby. Na'Vi has finished now. He is out in 6th, although that should be enough. Puts him on 25 points. He's just, Na'Vi did enough. Obviously, he found a few components of an innovator board, stuck at the 5. Obviously, couldn't hit enough of the Heimerdings.
So here's the way the things are looking up right now. Lobby A's top 3 competitors, they're all out. So it's the wild, wild west from this point on. And I mean, you hit it on the head before. Na'Vi and Yush, they should be safe. Should. But the last 2 slots here, Admirations is almost certainly up for grabs here. Tamura, also one of those players, finds themselves in first place right now. Pretty much nigh guaranteed a spot for tomorrow. But then it comes down, who is going to be that final player? I mean, we saw Tamura's board there just dash dancing around, doing its best Marth impression, wave dashing all over Perfect Slumbers' board there. We're just going to see, can this sort of continue? Can this Socialite 3 Fiora carry continue this win streak here, or will it not be enough?
He's really pushing for the Fiora 3 as well. Like, he's got the 6 out of 9 Fioras. He's got a Fiora 2 on bench. He's really trying to make this Fiora carry work. And I think the Bodyguard emblem is doing a ton of work here against this Urgot, who doesn't have any armor shred. And so the healing that's coming out from the Giant Slayer and the BT combined just means that the Fiora heals back up to full. The Giant Slayer is going to be doing extra damage to this Urgot because it's above the HP threshold, and the Urgot just does no damage back because of the Bodyguard emblem. This Bodyguard slam might be the most Smurf slam that we have seen today.
We're absolutely chatting all over these opponents. They just can't deal with this Fiora. The life gain from this ultimate every single time just proving to be just that little bit too much. And we saw Tamura's Fiora there going from pretty much what seemed like the last dregs of health to full health straight after the ultimate. And every single time it ults, it just takes a unit with it. So that means that it just can't get low enough to be killed. Takes another unit, and it just ends up winning these fights. And ultimately, it's going to be a big deal as to whether you can CC down this Fiora. Talk about a composition that can CC it down, though. Here's the Scion, but it misses. It misses on the Fiora here, and this could potentially be massive. Can the front line tank enough, or will this be it for Tamura here? For this fight, at least. It's not as if Tamura's dead.
It is the end of Tamura's win streak. He managed to dodge the Scion cast, but there was just way too much bouncy castle action happening there. Puts him on to 16 HP. It is getting tight for Tamura. He's sitting very, very low now. I guess he's made the top 4, which probably means he's safe from here. He's probably safe. He's made the top 4. He was sitting in the top 4 before this game. We see Perfect Slumbers going out in 5th. That's not what Perfect Slumbers would have wanted. He's gone 5-5-5 the last 3 lobbies. And you've got Bluey up here. You've got Dawnglade and Skillfullism. Dawnglade needed a big game to try and save his day. And this could be Dawnglaide's big game. You see, we move on here to Tamura versing off against Bluey. Bluey with that 3-star sim board. He's got the 3-star Talon, the 3-star Echo, the 3-star Katarina. But can it carve through this Fiora? This Fiora is hitting the Talon. The Talon's not hitting back. He manages to take down the Talon, but gets through the Katarina as well. This could be a win here. It is probably a win for Tamura, and that is a big win in terms of getting positioning in this lobby, because it is Dawnglade versus Skillfullism in the other matchup, and one of them is bound to be knocked out here.
There we go, and it looks like Skillfullism on the cusp of hitting that Jin 3 here. It's going to be a big carousel for both Tamura and Skillfullism. There's a Jin on the carousel, but there's no Fiora. Does Tamura ever deny this Jin here from Skillfullism? No, instead chooses to go for the blue buff. This could be lobby defining here. This could be Skillfullism's lobby to take. If they manage to hit one Jin, that is a massive.
All eyes now on the roll downs. It's 7 out of 9 for Tamura. It's 8 out of 9 for Skillfullism on their 4-cost carries. It is truly truly defining. If one of them can get... Oh, nope, Tamura has just completely sold his Fioras off. He's going for the level ups on his Oriana. I think that's a safe play. He needs the instant power right now. He's got the Oriana 2 now, which he was lacking before. He's in a bit of a stronger spot now. He was probably never going to hit Fiora free with the way the lobby was trending. I do like the fact that he's just given up on it.
Yeah, but now looking at this positioning here, trying to play around, trying to fight those assassins from what it seems like, but there's just a bouncy castle going on here. The Jin shots lining up perfectly. This is the American sniper version of Jin that we have going on here, but we'll see, can the Fiora manage to take out the front line? Fiora just dash dancing around there. Big old Yumi ult though, but it seems like, will the Oriana ult come in clutch? Is Tamura still alive? Skillfulism is out, by the way.
Oh, the Fiora goes untargetable, means the Jin doesn't fire off the last shot, so the Jin gets, the Fiora gets the win, Tamura gets the win there. Skillfulism goes out, and it's Skillfulism versus Bluey. Now, we've seen this matchup before. Skillfulism took it relatively comfortably. Has since gotten an upgrade since then, and I don't really spot an upgrade. I don't really spot an upgrade on Bluey's board. He's still sitting on the 1-star Akali. He's got his already 3-star skin. He's got his 3-star Sins. Skillfulism out in third. Having a quick look over, that is perfectly fine for Skillfulism. He'll probably be safe for tomorrow. Depending on... Actually, Skillfulism is the biggest Tamura fan, because if Bluey wins this lobby, Skillfulism misses out on tomorrow.
Well, it's got drama, excitement, everything here in the last game of the OCE TFT Set 6 Challenger Series for today, folks. And we see the Fiora just dash dancing around here, but it's not enough. Tamura manages to get one more shot at it though, and it's all gonna come down to this final positioning. Items from both sides. We see a Shroud coming out for Tamura, massive against this board. I mean, potentially game-winning here.
We're getting news in from Lobby B that Chunga has managed to take away Lobby B, so he'll be cementing his spot at the top of... Oh, sorry, we've actually been heard. It's actually Fishbowl, who had a pretty tragic day, all things considered, and is now actually going away with a first. It's probably not enough. In fact, I can mathematically say it is not enough for him to make it through to tomorrow. But it is a nice consolation prize with Fishbowl. Probably makes up for that cash out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Mortdog's got you, and sometimes Mortdog really just does not got you. I can't put it more eloquently than that. But I really want to see, from Tamura's side of the field here, can we get a really good positioning bonus against what Bluey has got going on? I really feel like it is about just putting this Braum straight in front of this Talon here. But I do believe there is a QSS on the side of Bluey, so it's all going to come down to this final fight here. Does the Shroud positioning matter? It looks like they've clumped up all on the left side here, and it looks like Tamura, this is the best shot that they're going to have. Positioning wise, you cannot ask for anything more. The Fiora goes dash dancing around, has cleared up the front line. All that is left is the Talon, but that thing is got one for all. That thing is scary as a lot of health, but the Fiora, with that extra Giant Slayer, manages to take down Bluey, and that is it. Tamura finishes up Lobby A game number 5 with a perfect victory.
That was very, very, very close, but that Shroud, and you saw Bluey emote on it as well, that Shroud was ultimately game-defying. And the thing is like, sure, he had the Knife's Edge, but he doesn't need the Knife's Edge, he doesn't need the 25 AD on all of these melee units. All he needs to care about is making sure that the Sins don't do enough damage in time that the rest of his board melts before the Fiora can carve up. And then the Fiora gets through the Scion quickly, can quickly transition through, also got the Katarina quite quickly, and that was just the combat done. Tamura walks away with his second victory of the day, and that is a big win for him, pushes him through to tomorrow. And we're just waiting on final confirmation of the scores here, but Frosty, what are your takeaways from that game?
A really solid play from Tamura, being able to position well around everything there, finding the optimal spots to position the backline units to not get assassinated in the critical fights there. I think the big takeaway from this entire day has been the power of reroll compositions. Can't match that of a fully capped board late game there, but even though they're incredibly solid.
All right, the moment of truth. The scores and your players who will be playing in tomorrow, it's the top 4 from each lobby, so you'll be seeing Tamura, Na'Vi, Yush, Skillfulism, Chunga, Cosmic Sloss, Cardi, and Keen. Those will be the 8 players pushing forward to tomorrow's Sunday's grand final of the OC TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series checkmate format. Today, we'll be sadly saying goodbye to Bluey, Slumbers, Admiration, Dawnglade, TXE, Donaldinho, Angora, and Fishbowl. Some of these players have already qualified for MSI. For the players that haven't qualified for MSI, there's still options for them through the ladder snapshots. There will be a few more. There's still a few weeks, so they'll have to start grinding ladder to try and get one of those last 4 spots. But the big names that we were talking about at the start of today, names like Admiration, Dawnglade, and Angora, Fishbowl even, they're out. They're out. Frosty, like, we've got Chunga and Kane, but like, we've got a lot of new names. Like Tamura has been a massive standout, as well as Yush. I've been very surprised with how they've played in Lobby A.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing is that I honestly, if you've followed the OCE TFT scene for a long time, it's going to be an upset no matter what. I'm looking at a lot of those names there and I'm going, geez, it's a shame that they can't make it. But unfortunately, with the way that everything pans out, not everyone can be a winner. Thus is the way that competition is. So congratulations to the competitors going on into day 2 tomorrow there. Well played from what seemed like all parties. We've had crazy games all around. We've had stunning highlights. So what much more can you ask for?
Before we end the broadcast today, Frosty, I do want to ask you, I'll give my own thoughts first, but I do want to ask for your favorite moment of the day. I think it's really hard to look past that Lobby B game where you have the 2 mercenary cash outs going back to back, see who cashes out each other first. TXC managing to wrangle that board from an 8th to a 1st, basically. That was something special to watch in my eyes.
Well, I'm a glass half empty sort of person, Ducky, so instead of looking at the 7 Merc cash out, I'm going to look at Fisher's very unfortunate 11 lost cash out there that just really did not pan out.
Yeah, and there was some other great moments as well. We had Chunga with the 3-star Lux that was absolutely beaming people. We've had some wonderful like Victor boards. We've just seen a lot of diverse boards today. We came into today thinking, all right, it's just going to be the same kind of deal. We're going to see a lot of Seraphine, Oriana, Jana. We did end up seeing a lot of that, but what we saw was a whole lot more. And I'm sure tomorrow we'll see even more great TFT. That is us done for day 1 of the Oceanic Teamfight Tactics Gizmos and Gadgets Challenger Series presented by Order. We will be back here same time tomorrow, Sunday at 6 p.m. AEDT with the grand final checkmate format. In the meantime, be sure to check out OSTFT on Twitter for all the latest Oceanic TFT esports news. My name's Docky, the guy over there is Frosty, and we'll see you tomorrow.